Salut les gars, comment on vous entend? Enfin, on vous entend. Je vois vos chats.
I want a spot on that bus, and rightfully so. They're earning that spot. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. I got a little sneak peek of this ahead of time. And obviously, there's a little bit of an outlier here. Classic Peter Bonnet Boyo. 236 points. What the heck? So, Kelly, what I'd like to do here.
Oh.
Obviously, we know Peter Bonnet Boyo, they've already qualified. We know Agers and Venom have already qualified.
Oh, they have?
We know Visuals and Threats are looking to qualify, right? So, up those 5 placements, they're currently essentially in our top 2 right now.
I mean, yeah, currently, as far as teams looking to qualify, they are the first team to be able to make it into the global championships. And after that performance for game number 3, I would feel foolish to not feel confident that they are going to make their way in. However, it's the halfway point. If they're able to have this much success, then so is another team 3 games in as well. And there's definitely been some teams that we have to look to, like H-Cube has been performing really well. Another team that we just kind of seem to overlook for whatever reason, and Encrypted, a part of that duo there, and they just seem to be having a really good performance right now, Vivid.
Yep, without a doubt. So let's go ahead and see how comfortable Visuals and Threats are kind of looking on that leaderboard. Now, again, this is going to be a comparison of just exclusively non-qualified global championships teams. You can see Visuals and Threats up there with 158. Again, only 2 spots available with HQ Encrypted, 2 points behind them. Those 2 duos are currently fighting for that qualification spot. Take a look at this. I mean, Chris and Alan not too far behind. So what have HQ and Encrypted been up to, right? How are they performing so well? I mean, 156 points. Kelly, it's just been all about consistently placing in the top 10. I mean, their match history goes 9th place, 5th place, and then another 9th place.
I'm interested to see how they're going to be able to hold this up, because I actually noticed right there at Zone 8 that they were below Storm Surge, and obviously it's such a big question mark on once these moving zones start. Are you going to be able to beat Storm Surge? Are you going to be able to forgo taking any damage while being able to actually take down some players? So that is definitely a big question mark. But another big question mark that I have right now is Yuz and Sharkman, currently in 4th place, just a few steps away from going into the global championships. And although they didn't have as good of a game that we saw in games number 2 and 1, I definitely think they're still well within contention and haven't lost that momentum yet.
What worries me about a duo like Yuz and Sharkman, though, when I was taking a look at how well they did in game number 2 when they got 3rd place, 2nd eliminations, I was like, let me go back and take a look at how they did in Major 2 finals. And, they ended at 28th place. So it wasn't incredibly, anything to kind of note down about, but they were kind of contested. But the thing that scared me was that in those Major 2 finals, they really only had one game where they broke outside or inside of the top 10. They got a 2nd place with 5 eliminations, and them only being able to do that once, I was like, maybe they have already kind of expended that one good game that we kind of used to seeing out of Yuz and Sharkman already on the day. That 3rd game, they got 2nd or 22nd place right there, so they got to go ahead and pick it back up. But a team that did pick it up, Kelly, Javi and Aminish. Remember, we were kind of calling on these guys to potentially play for the high ground. We haven't seen that out of them so far, but in game number 3, a 2nd place with 8 eliminations.
Definitely starting to pick things up right here. Being able to make it into the very end game as a solo is definitely a great way to start their climb up the leaderboard. But obviously, Javi and Aminish have not been able to really do their classic gameplay of stealing height because of how well Visuals and Threats have been holding it. And they saw what happened to Booga and Braids when they tried to steal it. So I'm definitely not, it's not like I am accusing Javi and Aminish for being like afraid to go and steal height. I think they're playing it smart. I think they realize that they don't have what it takes to be able to take height away from Visuals and Threats. So maybe that's why we haven't necessarily seen them make that play yet. But Zeke, we got 3 more games to go. It's very possible that Javi is going to be pulling out something soon.
We got to, right? We're now at the halfway point of the competition. We need to start making some things happening. I'm even looking at, I guess, overall, like the overall leaderboard, 14th place, Moneymaker and F9, 84 points, right? We know all the way at the top, Visuals and Threats have 158. And then if we just keep going down, Chris and Aloe had 150, right? Like, there is still ground to make up. But this is a duo that I feel like can do that. We just need some really strong games in the latter half of this. Kelly, I gotta be real, when I look at the games they put up, a 23rd, a 12th, a 15th, I'm not gonna lie, I am a little bit worried.
I am worried, but also out of everyone that we're watching compete here today, Vivid, I am curious to who has a different strategy, a different plan in their back pocket. And I feel like if it's going to be any duo, it's going to be this duo right here.
I mean, listen, for Moneymaker 9 to be in 14th place with 82 points and still have yet to break into the top 10, They just got to figure out one little thing to actually make a big enough adjustment to have an impact, to kind of place them just a little bit better in some of these games. But only 3 left for them to do it. We'll have to see if they can figure it out.
Oh man, my stress levels are already rising. We are now at the halfway point of the competition. 3 games left. And again, I will continue to remind you, there is only 2 spots going to the Global Championship. There is duos in this lobby that have already earned themselves a spot for qualifying. They're looking to compete for prize money. Everyone else is looking and fighting for just one of 2 spots. Now or never, we need to pick up the pace. We need to shift and take fate into our very own hands. Because with 3 games left to go, we need to make something happen right here, right now. That being said, I'm getting word. Games are ready. Game 4 is prepared. Casters, over to you.
It is definitely looking to be a little nerve-wracking for the rest of the tournament. We're already at that halfway point, and typically in some tournaments, Monster, we look at who's brave enough to go after first place. And now I'm looking at any team that is not qualified for globals. Are you brave enough to take the challenge to the teams inside of the bubble?
Yeah, on top of that, you have 3 teams arguably neck and neck, tied up for the most part, 150 points, sitting up at the top with 2 prestigious positions available. Who's going to be able to do it here, Jacob? We're just going to have to find out.
Three games left, and you see I'm talking about, and I even said it today, time flies when you're having fun. But if you're any of the teams that have yet to qualify for the global championship, you got to imagine how slow everything is moving, how big mistakes feel, but even how big are those moments that you're able to clutch up actually feel as well.
Yeah, definitely. And now when the pressure starts to rise, who is going to be able to maintain themselves, stay composed, and continue to perform when it matters most? Again, some teams have never actually been in this position either. Do remember, there are so many different duos fighting for their first chance at land, but more importantly, probably their first time ever being in a leading position coming in about 3 games into a tournament, right? So there's so much other things at work here as well, mentally, that I think is going to make for a very interesting kind of midpoint of the tournament now.
Yeah, what can you do when things aren't necessarily going your way, or how can you hold on to it as visuals and threats do get contested this time around? They're able to at least take out one of those eliminations, and threats actually not going to get both of them back to back. So typically we saw in game 1, I know game 2 for sure, they get the max pull and it's kind of storm surge that's in the back of their mind. How are we going to get it? Now with 200 damage off spawn, that's going to ease up the tension a little bit for visuals and threats.
I wonder if that's going to make them think twice now too, moving forwards throughout the rest of the tournament. But an 8-point swing when you already have a small lead over everyone else is definitely massive. Dozer though, we talked about how they kind of had a chance to do something big and they took the most out of it. They seem to have gotten the elimination this game around, which is going to be really unfortunate for, of course, Jace and Skittles here, who, by the way, were inside that conversation of teams that could qual. So now they're going to be set back big time here.
For Isha and Dozier, though, these are the moments you have to take and run with it. It's Cold and Ritual doing the same thing. For most of the day so far, we've seen kind of passive play from both of these guys, almost to the point where that third party starts to move in. But this second half here, Ritual and Cold, they probably realize, hey, if we want to win this entire thing, we probably need to get a little bit more aggressive. And it starts with winning our drop spot.
Yeah, it's only getting better for them right now. You get to see it, though, when Cold and Ritual fight on their terms. I mean, they wrap it up pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Cold just kind of walks these 2 down, gets the 8-point swing. Last game, they did make an end game. We saw how they at least got to actually earn some real significant points there. Look at this, Neo. Neo kind of lurking nearby. End up catching a team. I am enough to be the first to fall here. There's a whole other duo. It's Diego plays sitting outside.
Solution.
Really had the chance to earn anything yet here in the tournament.
It's a good eye from Ultra, though. See him and Diego are just kind of 2 different elevations. Diego just trying to take control of that mending machine. But Ultra actually spotted out Doxy, knowing, hey, there's a solo here that we have to watch out for. A duo as well. Neo and Sonetto, we kind of saw how that one played out. And the big question mark out of this entire scenario, does anybody know that Ultra and Diego are actually here? Because that could be a great chance for them to get a couple of eliminations, get some damage for Storm Surge.
Yeah, Doxy just looking out here, trying to be very cautious with his next big move. Diego, Ultra just holding on the fort here, trying to see if anyone's going to reveal themselves. So this is all but a standoff now, as everyone is very much aware that there are people lurking nearby.
And luckily this building is just basically all made of metal and brick. So they don't have to go far. Just continue to replenish as many materials. Not too much of a risk in that regard. Falling below the curve. You're kind of seeing everybody else, Chris and Aloe, just outside of that bubble. 6 points or so. That's these 2 eliminations. They'll push themselves into that top 2 spot in terms of qualifying for the globals. So Barney and Vertify have to be very, very careful here. I think for most of this game, they've been uncontested, they've been unbothered, so this one is definitely going to be a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, what's surprising to me is how Chris and Aloe just snuck their way up into this qualification spot, right, on the tournament. We haven't really seen or highlighted their strategy too much, but whatever they're doing, these lurk plays like this is clearly working for them, and now they're earning the extra points to really start to separate themselves from the pack here.
154, I'm not sure they saw Vertify, but he's definitely going to give himself away by building. You can kind of see why he needs to replenish as much HP as possible, but 2v1, he's not going to get a lot of time to do just that. Shots going to continue to pour out, and he goes down. Not without a little bit of sacrifice, though. Chris did take some damage, but overall net positive in terms of Storm Surge.
Almost definitely, especially with that first quick elimination there. Now they get to sit on all this extra loot, too, to take with them. Jumping in with Shadow right now. Virgo already down, taken out here. Shadow and Virgo having a okay tournament. You know, we've seen them kind of pop up in the end game. Nothing too flashy just yet from them. But they're at 134, so overall, very much in the conversation. He's going to be forced to rotate in to go play for the pickup here.
Just gotta hope it remains uncontested. We did see some fights south of the actual POI. So it's just a matter if anybody tries to rotate to that vending machine, maybe even hear the noise for the reboot. But Shadow and Virgo, one of few teams in this lobby so far that can actually siphon points away from teams that actually do need it. And now that we know Virgo is going to get a second chance in this game, they're a team that you can almost never count out, because when you do, they usually strike back.
Yeah, definitely one of those strong duos here. Again, last couple weeks, you know, everyone's kind of had an eye on them. What's going on? Are they going to be able to kind of pull through and be dominant like we saw them in the early half of the year? Now they're keeping up with the pace. Ace Cube encrypted, playing the best we've ever seen them, trying to qualify for their first land. Must feel like a lot of pressure sitting on their shoulders right now. Playing as good as they have so far, Jacob, right? 156 points. They're like in that top 3 here. And I would say that they gap everyone else by a pretty large margin, right? Like 50 points is a whole game buffer you basically have right now if you're up in the top 3.
For them, that's got to feel good. Again, still, like you're talking about 3 games left. How do you hold on to it? How do you face the mental challenges a part of this game? And of course, the eventuality that may or may not happen of a team looking to hunt you down so that way they can secure their own spot. But for Peterbot and Pollo, that's not necessarily a worry. I think for this day, Peterbot and Pollo kind of playing a different game, because they may not always necessarily be able to take high ground. They may not always necessarily be above that damage threshold. And I think through Major 2, we kind of saw a couple of the weaknesses in their armor. And I think here is a great attempt for them to try to fix it. And then in the later portions of the game, as you see, Peterbot and Pollo both together and as individuals just getting explosive when it matters most.
This is quite the fight right here. Not one that you see Craze and King actually lose very often. An early game fight. Curve is going to find Craze there. And little do they know, Curve has been continuously earning his way in amongst the conversation of the best fighters here on the region. All in all, they have a huge advantage now, forcing back. Kingling here on the defensive foot, already having the tag lead.
Jarger Krillin being in the back isn't necessarily going to be a surprise for Higgs and Kurt. They kind of know that team lurks around. They saw shots getting fired off in the direction. It's just about how long you want to stay and approach this situation, especially with King being a solo here by himself. And it does look like they're finally going to disengage. Enough wasting that time trying to hunt after King, return back towards Lifty Lodge where it's going, hit that launch pad, and then just play the rest of the game as normal.
Second time we've seen Higgs and Kurt, by the way, do a very smart disengage, not stick around for an ego fight, not stick around and willing to throw a game for 4 points, right? I really do like this high-level play that we're watching from them at the moment. King is for sure lucky, though, that they are going to ease up there. Aminish, Javi on the other side. Again, don't count them out. 108, yeah, sure, they're not in the top 3 at the moment. But this team can do what they need to do, and that's just remain consistent for the remaining lobby. The real question is, can those other teams up at the top stay the course as well? Because that's really all it's going to come down to.
Yeah, and almost making it sound a little bit easier than it actually is, because there's just a bunch of question marks all around the lobby. Peterbot and Poyo, one of the biggest ones, in first place. We know how explosive they can be. Agers and Veno, from big elimination games to lurking around. We know how detrimental they can be to anybody that they cross paths with, so still a lot left in today's game. But you talked about, I think it was about 40-50 point gap between, I think it was Chris and Aloe and then everybody else on that leaderboard. Yuz and Sharkman are that next best team. So even with 3 games left, you have to get inside of the top 10. They have to get some top 8 placings with some elimination so they can stay in contention.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're there. It's like so close yet so far now. Dropping a game really does start to kind of show its worth on the points. QK Mirops, here's a team that hasn't been very fortunate on the day so far. A bunch of lost fights, unfortunately. The first one happened into the hands of Bila. After that, they did find their footing, earned themselves a little bit of points, but right now it's Rapid who's kind of holding them back here.
QK Mirops not moving away from there. This is kind of where they've been dropping almost all season long, towards the coastline, just outside the cluster. They don't necessarily take too many big fights other than teams possibly jumping on them. So 175 above the damage threshold, pretty standard for their game plan here. It's just with the zone pulling further and further away, they kind of have the same problem other players will do on this side of the map, is how do you maintain that storm surge threshold, because it is active as of now.
With Slepsy, Wagers. See now even here. It's the first that we are catching them sort of on that threshold. That damage potentially looking to come for them here. They gotta be careful with the Storm Surge right now. Not many options to pick from as far as duos. It's about 3 in front of them, but a few of them do have really big high ground kind of positions. I mean, I guess they can also just sit on the mending machine too, right? They do have a couple plays they can make here. They don't have to force anything, but either way, keep an eye out for them. Meanwhile, here's threats. No visuals. Okay, so the first we're seeing of one of our consistent teams that are leading the pack here. You know, you would think after 3 games, after winning 2 of them, oh, it's a shoo-in. Oh, they made it. No, no, no. Still have 3 more games in front of them. Anything can happen, even now. The same way we saw them get taken out in game number 2. Look at this, they're way behind here.
Yeah, blessing that they do have going for them is the damage above the threshold. Kind of see how visuals have fallen just snug. Kind of what you were talking about in a different scenario with Slepsies and Wagers kind of just sitting on top of that mending machine. Visuals and threats trying to go for one themselves, and that's how they got caught off guard. Sometimes it's just hard to check every single cover, every single cone to make sure you're safe 100% of the time. But as you see in the minimap, zone continues to pull towards the north. So as Peterbot and Poyo themselves start to get engulfed by the zone itself, it's for a reason. They're just staggering themselves back so they can go ahead and get even more damage above that threshold.
Retz does get that reboot there. See the picture. Visual's gonna touch down. Meanwhile, Peterbot just being a menace right now to Icy and Decay here from the high ground. Had Jason's sight for a little bit there too.
Got the double bang shot there for a wild 100 body shot. I think both time it perfectly. Double tag somebody, instant down. but you can see they're just preparing for the next rotation, going back to the double hills, the shockwave, and then the loadout with the AR and the shotgun. You can see a different approach versus some of the other teams that still will use that lance head pistol or the regular as well. They try to get two different ammos, which the small and the medium. Peterbot and Poi are just going for straight surge throughout majority of this game, knowing they could probably pick one of those up later on.
Yeah, and they've done a really good job, I would say, comparatively to the grand finals performance, where we saw them, I don't know, doing different strategies, kind of pushing different teams, and it didn't work out exactly the same way, but this time, we've seen it just be in prime form. Threats, though, gets knocked to the storm here, and it is just chunking away right now. It's going to force Visuals into his last chug jug here right after getting picked up. Can they earn 80 points at this point is the real question here, but no, Visuals doesn't make it in time. He might have
You know
caught
what that
sickness
was?
or something.
Yep,
there. Yeah.
that was the storm sickness. And I was thinking he's taking huge chunks. It's supposed to be a 5 tick. He was taking 10 per damage. That was active storm sickness. And you only actually take the active storm sickness for so long before you just kind of vanish like a magic act. You get taken down, sent back to the lobby. So for Visuals and Threats, that has got to be a mental stopper there. Everything in their game here has come to a close, and they just got 2 games left to try to keep themselves within that bubble.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Getting those 10 ticks of storm sickness, and you're out pretty much. Virgo on the other side, though, also another player that was rebooted, mind you. Take a look at this. Aloe and Chris, pressure's on. They deliver. This is why they're one of the most consistent teams here on the day right now, continuing to perform here when it matters. Virgo, though, you saw that Shadow went with the hero's effort to kind of bring him back into the game. He's 59 below. Can he clutch something out here? Ooh, tough duo to pick, to say the least. But they don't expect him below him. Oh, they see him. Virgo gets taken out. Close, but no cigar.
Hook, line, and sinker. Almost feel like they baited him out. I was kind of thinking just like you, that angle has definitely got to be hard to see him, but they spotted him out nonetheless. Getting him almost 800 damage above the threshold. Surprisingly enough, their first elimination of the game, but it's kind of been how the day has been going so far. Slow and steady, and then they kind of explode here in some of these end games. Even kind of 13 eliminations, not winning the game, but still ending up in first place after game 1. And you're kind of seeing where everybody is forced to go. Over towards the north, just towards the west of the Battlewood.
Cartman Yuz trying to play catch up here. That immediate competition, still earning points. We already know they have a chance to do something big here. 147 above, so not too desperate at the moment, but they'll probably need a little bit of tags. Zone's still quite the ways away. They still have a shockwave to work with. It's Ritual who's got positioning right now. Tyler and Chance end up hitting them a few tags there. Slepsy, Wagers. After getting taken out nice and early, just the game before, they need to do something big here, but 2 below right now, Jacob. Pressure starting to mount up. Here comes the big rotate. He gets caught. This is what happens when you rotate too late. The lobby gets situated now. It's all up to Wagers here, but 303 below. 4 players have to fall here. This is really rough of a spot to be in.
Yeah, basically needs elimination and a half before Storm Surge even activates. He can only take 2 ticks, 14 seconds from when it turns on, and even less now that he goes towards the outside. He hits the bump on the shockwave below the damage threshold. Cannot even take too many more shots, and he gets blocked off, taken out, and sent back to the lobby. And for Yuz and Sharkman, this is a golden opportunity to try to close the gap, but they too are below the damage threshold. Sharkman taking a big shot. Active Surge as well. 7 HP is all he has left. I'm not sure he got the med kit off in time, but he does. He gets it off, and they're staying alive on a prayer.
This is crazy. He's deciding at this point, hey, it's over for me. Just take the chug. You might as well heal there, and Yuz is left to play this one out by himself. Just 2 players have to fall to give him a little bit of relief here. This is a really tough spot to be in, but hey, look, they're earning that little bit of placement points, so it's not for nothing just yet. Yuz has to just find one huge tag here to kind of put himself in the game, buy him a little bit more room. Players are everywhere, but no one's revealed himself, not for a free tag just yet.
Yeah, Reed's down, but finally gets cleaned up, or at least not just yet. Yuz is just hoping and praying, clean him up, get the elimination. I don't have enough HP, and he goes down. Reed falls literally a fraction of a second after. And while all the dust settles from what we just saw, Ritual and Cold, they're making it towards another one of these end games, and they're on high ground.
Yeah, I was looking at Reed's down body there, and I'm like, all he has to do is get finished. But it wasn't close enough. Meanwhile, Encrypted and HQ are taking advantage of the opportunity. They are going to start running away with one of the spots right now, solidifying their way up to the top, as are Aloe and Chris. Do not forget that this team is also one of the qualified seeded teams right now. Madden and Chance are under fire here. Chris and Aloe are popping off here. 3 Elims on the move. Shockwave still in sight. Plenty of heals to work with. This is just such a good game for them right now.
Yeah, and even better with the competition above them on that leaderboard already down. Peterbot and Poyo take the challenge. We were saying, where are the fights on high ground throughout today's tournament? Peterbot and Poyo have finally set their eyes on the prize. They get the elimination for height. This is how it all broke down. Just one shockwave. Ritual didn't see it coming. The full box. Oh my.
Yep, just like that, you let your guard down. Peterbot and Poyo came to play. And they're in control of things here from here on out. Minish. Hobby on the other side, though. Look at this, 150 points now. Another big game for them, too. But Chris, solo by himself on the left side. Minish on the right here by himself as well. Chris finds a down body there, but he doesn't get the finish in time. Still, though, staying alive is all that matters. He's got 2 chug jugs to work with. Minish falls there inside the top 10. Chris finds a little bit of material there. Can he buy a little bit more room?
This is perfect. Playing it perfectly. He was able to farm up, just like you said, getting him more than enough time to try to get healthy on the chug jug and returning to familiar territory. Now he's going to get healthy. 200 effective shield and HP, and inside of the top 10, so at least half of the placement points in the game so far, but they have to be careful. Peterbot and Poyo up above. Curly and Sphinx taking the front side of the zone, and Encrypted and HQ still hanging on.
Crazy that this is their immediate competition as well. Chris is just trying to stay alive. He actually finds Madden on the rotate there, so another elimination for him. Meanwhile, HQ Encrypted trying to possibly play for some more elimination points here, but they also only have 1. You can really tell that the teams that need the qualification are desperately playing for placement points. Meanwhile, Dash and Oxy hoping to get a win here, go for high ground and push Poyo off. HQ still popping off, though, finds Curve there, and Chris listening to the chaos go down. Even with the enemy above him, he stays in the storm a little too long and then gets finished up there finally by Peterbot and Poyo.
Yeah, just great clutch effort, and honestly a blessing. He got taken down by a team who doesn't necessarily need the points for globals. Now they're going right back on up. They expended so much to take high early, and it's costed them everything. Peterbot's gonna fall. Poyo left by himself, but for how long? And can he do another clutch game? Because right now he's already looking at height. Curly's down. Sphinx left alive. He's staggering to the backside of the zone. HQ Encrypted, they're trying to get it, but they fall short. HQ's gonna go down. Now Encrypted is down in a 1v2 situation.
Yeah, Poyo's got the high ground, though. He's got a little bit to work with. Down he comes. He hits a shot in the follow-up as well. And Poyo will secure the win there. You would have expected it a little sooner, maybe a little bit cleaner there, Jacob, but they had to work for it in the end.
It's Peterbot and Poyo's world. We're just living it. 2nd place, 4th place, and now a 1st place clutch from Poyo.
Oh, did something happen? Oh, sorry. I'm just so used to them winning games. It just like comes naturally. You know, I'm no longer surprised that they just constantly win games. And of course, Kelly, he comes off the back of Poyo again, solo clutching. Poyo, I don't know what it is. And I hope that the next time I see him, I can ask him, but he's really coming to his own this year. He has gone from this player that people are like, oh, Poyo's like the best supporter in the world. And like when it was Peterbot, they were like, Poyo doesn't do anything on the team. It's all coming up Poyo this year, and I love to see that for him.
100%. I'm going to be honest. I actually turned the volume down on my headset because I thought Zeke was going to scream. So good job, Zeke. I'm very impressed. Way to control yourself, because that was absolutely incredible. Peterbot and Poyo have already been doing well, and they've been doing well in a very un-Peterbot and Poyo way, but still somehow they're in the top of the leaderboard. What a surprise. But this was finally a Peterbot and Poyo game. And I think it really started with the Peterbot and Poyo height steal. I will say, you know, speaking of Poyo and birds, It reminded me of a peregrine falcon, which is the fastest animal in the world. And they can go something like 200 miles an hour. And if you watch videos of them attacking prey, it literally just looks like their prey explodes in the air and you don't even see the falcon. And that is what we watched from Peterbot and Pollo. I'm imagining Ritual and Cole were feeling super confident up on high ground, and then they just exploded. They don't even know really what happened to them. It just happened so quickly. And I feel like we are watching a video of that we could see on a nature documentary of these animals just attacking. You know, that's the Peterbot and Pollo effect. Whatever they want, they just take for themselves.
Yeah, they're playing super well today. Obviously, we knew going into game number 4, they had a very big lead up on the leaderboard, kind of just extending that here with this win. They didn't have to fight for this, like we mentioned. Typically, we were seeing the high ground go pretty easily so far. They had the steal, they had to fight for it, and then they actually lost it for a quick moment as well. But Pollo kind of returned to form, and it was just a 1v1. Remember, it's the second time today Pollo's been in a 1v1 for the win. So these guys are just playing super well right now. This time he clutches up, and on the back foot of that performance, 333 points. They went into that game with 236, so almost a 100-point game there for the duo.
It's just Peterbot and Pollo. They do what they do, right? There's actually a little, you know, it's interesting. They went up against a team looking to qualify. HQ been encrypted that game. They came in second place. I'm curious to see what that, how that impacts the leaderboard. We're gonna take a look after this break. I'm so sorry that I fooled you, but we gotta go to break. We'll come back. We'll take a look. Okay, stay tuned. We'll be right back. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
I'll go here. I'm popping in that bit. Wait, choke. Got 6 build? No, max up. Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100! 100! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Milk can help you grow. Milk can't prevent your ride from blasting into space.
Woo! Peterbot Pollo won a game. Got you, Kelly. See, this is how I work, Fortnite fam. You see, she was last game. She thought I was gonna do that before break. This is how you subvert expectations, right? You keep them on their toes. But Peter Bot Pollo did get a VR in game number 4. They are up to 333 points, going absolutely wild. Again, that's great. They're playing for prize money, but we're looking for one of 2 spots, one of the global championship. Okay, let's bring up our leaderboard. We gotta look at a couple things. We did say, oh, I'm sorry. Actually, Zeke, what are you doing? Don't get ahead of yourself. Sorry about that, Zeke. Sorry about that. Sorry, I had to check Zeke over there. We want to first look at the players in focus, powered by Milk. Very quickly, wanted to look at some stats here because, you know, Peter Bot Pollo, they're at 333 points. Kelly, when you look at the stats, it makes sense.
I mean, listen, for this whole competition, I thought they were just going to be skimming on by, but this has really been a low-fat performance for them. So right now, they're really starting to give us the nice, gosh, I ran out of puns. But anyway, Pollo and Peter Bot doing really well right now on our players in focus. But Curve doing a pretty good job as well. Vivid, how's it going? They're looking good.
We're both losing our minds.
I mean, listen, Kelly, you really got me right there. It took me a second, but I picked up what you were putting in. All right, so we talked about it, right? Peter Bot and Pollo, they did such a great job there in game number 4. They got almost a 100-point game. So how far ahead of the competition does that actually put them? Let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard here. And yeah, I mean, the lead is 105 points right now. I mean, Peter Bot and Pollo are playing so much better than everybody else. I mean, just take a look at the elimination category, which, by the way, is a quick note. Pollo himself has 20 of those 33 eliminations. As you can see, Aegis of Venom up 23. So Pollo himself almost has more eliminations as an individual than every other duo in the lobby. I mean, the guy's just playing so good.
It's just the Peter Bot Pollo effect, right? Like, honestly, props to them for treating this like it is globals, right? Getting that practice and making sure they're showing everyone when the time comes, when we show up on LAN and we pick a spot, don't do it. Stay away or we will hunt you down. Now, obviously, again, in case you missed it earlier, rather, getting crazy now. In case you missed it earlier, we have a leaderboard lineup that actually shows us which players are looking to qualify in one of those 2 spots. We've removed players like Peter Bot and Pollo. They're already through. So when we look at this, remember, we're looking at 1 for first and second place. Right now, H-Cube and Encrypted. Remember, we saw them in that last game. They won. They had that 1v1 against Pollo and showed up second place with 4 eliminations. Kelly, obviously, eliminations maybe a little bit low, but a second place is so good for those placement points.
I mean, it's not just the second place, though. It's the fact that they have been top 9 every single game. And with this obviously being the best performance that we've seen so far, that makes me feel like they've either figured something out that just allows them to get that much more, make it to the very end. And we could even possibly see a win come out of this duo. They are definitely the team to beat if these other teams that are somewhat within contention want to break into that top 2 spot.
Pretty cool storyline for HQ and Encrypted as well, as they did play together in major number. No, they didn't play together. So, no, they did play together. Major number 1, they got 22nd together in those finals. They split up for major number 2. They didn't play those finals together. And then they're back together for this last chance now. And it is working out super, super well. Obviously, another duo that is kind of playing super, super well up there in that qualification spot right now. Chris and Aloe. I feel like this is one that is surprising quite a few people probably at home right now. Probably like, wait a minute, Chris and Aloe, like these guys are about to qualify to global championships. I'm not really used to seeing their names. And yeah, you'd be 100% right in saying that, because each one of these guys have only ever made it to a single FNCS final each. So not actually used to these types of lobbies. But that being said, when the pressure has been on here today, they've been performing.
And definitely a duo that's also going for placements. They've gone 6th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. And only at the most, they've gone 4 eliminations. But once again, who needs to get eliminations when this is obviously working for you? A strategy that might need some changes is, however, Javi and Diminished. We saw how good they were in game number 2, or I'm sorry, game number 3, I should say, where they did get a second place with 8 eliminations. A team that we know to take high ground, but there just seems to be so many other teams that are controlling high ground so well that they haven't really been able to fit into that game plan that we know they love to use. So again, you know, they're getting these 29s, these 20ths, and that's the reason why they are 70 points away from second place for H-Cube. You know, there's 2 games left, though, Vivid. There still can be some chances for them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you got to take full advantage of those chances. You got to have one of those Peter Bot Pollo type games, right? 100 around points to kind of catch up, because the gap is increasing every single game.
And guys, really quickly before we go, the fact that Visual and Threats in the last game fell 38th place with just 2 eliminations, right? That small mistake was enough to have everyone else claw their way up that leaderboard. Anything can and will happen. We're getting ready though. Game number 5 is ready with 2 games left to go. How does this wrap up? I don't know. Casters, take it away.
Either way at this point, Jacob, but one thing's for certain, if you're in that 200-point range at the moment, you're feeling really good here, and all you have to do is stay consistent.
Yeah, and honestly, if you don't feel like you can handle it in Game 5, Game 6 going to come around. Sometimes you have to take matters into your own hands. But H-Cube and Encrypted, I think it's around a 62-point lead over the 3rd place team. Remember, top 2 go to the Global Championship in terms of non-qualified teams, and they're building themselves a huge cushion for the last 2 games of the day.
Definitely, and again, Visuals and Threats was so close, but one game set them back. Well, let's watch it here for game number 5.
2 chances left to try to claim those spots for the Global Championship. We talk about H-Cube, Encrypted, Chris and Allo inside of that bubble. We have Visuals and Threats, Javi and Aminish. You have Sphinx and Pearly, and they're all kind of within contention. They just need 2 big games to close it out.
Kind of wild to think like Visuals and Threats has to win another game if they want to like rocket their way back up and really fight for it in game 6. Because when you look at their placement, it's first 38th, first 38th. Like, so rough to fall short of the placement points there. Well, either way, game 5, these are the last 2 games in front of us. Who wants it more? Who wants it bad? We'll have to find out. You know, we're making the joke like, dude, if you're an unqualified team at this point, I mean, you kind of literally want to go call on H-Cube or Encrypted or get in front of Chris and Allo, try to deter their strategy, right?
Yep, I gotta agree with that 100%. We've seen it so many times in the hunt for first. Got to imagine something similar here. And if you're not going to contest them right out of the gates, got to hope to take them down as the game progresses. But Visuals, Threats, uncontested here in game 5.
Ooh,
and
Chris
not too far away is this. Oh, not just this right here, exactly what you said. Chris is down, Skittles down for Dozier. A bunch of action kind of shaken out early on that has a few implications on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's going to be super rough. See where this fight ends up going. Jumping on over to Allo's POV, though. This is a much more important fight. Chris is down. He's got 30 builds. The team above him is weak, but he's got no shotgun. I'm not sure how I feel about him lurking around too much longer here. His team above him definitely has the advantage right now. And the more time that they get to loot, the worse it's going to be looking for him. And oh no, Vertify catches a little angle there. Allo's starting to run out of options here.
Yeah, perfect pixel peek to land those shots. Spot him out as well, because for a moment you almost even question, do they even know where he's at?
Jacob.
So this is gonna be
Jacob.
tough.
In the feed, Azers took down Pollo. So we're gonna be catching up to that as well in a second. But right now, Allo's tournament life is on the line here. He's down to no health, and down he goes. This is devastating for Chris and Allo now. 206 opens up the runway here for everyone else. Javi, Aminish, Visuals, Threats, Sphinx, Curly, they can now jump up and snatch that spot. Encrypted and H-Cube have a chance to solidify such a strong lead that they will virtually be qualified here after this game, though.
Yeah, inadvertently kind of helping H-Cube and Encrypted as well, because that was the next best team that was kind of catching up, 22 points away, so that top 2 spots weren't too far spread apart. And now I just almost have that feeling. H-Cube Encrypted, if they have any game like they've had so far today, 9th place being the worst one, we could potentially see them all but qualify here in Game 5, barring any miracles for the last one of the day as we tune into Veno and Agers. 2 eliminations, Monster. I know you called out the one on Poya. Gotta imagine maybe Peterbot as well as they get their 3rd elimination here. Agers kind of headhunting them all.
All I know is that Veno is looking to play for a win. Even if there's no championship axe attached to this one, doesn't matter. That paycheck is looking to be coming his way here shortly. If, of course, they can close out strong. 2 elims, make it a 3rd and 4th now. The points are surely racking up here.
It's a $10,000 difference between 1st and second place. And with those eliminations, Agers and Veno move up into second place with the potential Peterbot and Poyo both going down here. It's going to take 100+ points, Monster, but if Veno and Agers find themselves 10 eliminations, victory royale, we could have a new first place team.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. You know what I have open on my side monitor? Some streamers to watch the reaction as the catch-up happens. I gotta know. But either way, nice little skirmish here for Ritual Cole up against Queasy and Victor V. Tough day for the boys there. Tough tournament so far too for Curly and Sphinx. 138 is not exactly the spot you want to be in, but a veteran team like this surely knows they have a chance, especially now that second place team is down and out.
Only down 68 points, you know, and as you mentioned, team's already down and out, so you don't necessarily need to hit the home run here in this game. Maybe just take the first step, get on base, kind of work your way forward up that leaderboard. See Ritual and Cold from Latte landing, kind of moving on over in the direction of Queasy and Victor V. Neither one of these teams honestly having the day that we would thought either one of these guys would have, but it just continues to get worse because now they're both clashing here in Game 5.
Yeah, tough fight for them right here. 42 points. Is it realistically possible for anyone this far down to jump up? You need, yeah, I don't know, 2 wins, an exceptional amount of elim. So, I mean, at this point, you got to play for it if you want it. There's no other way around it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, production on the same wavelength here. Encrypted down. King and Craze are going to be the benefactors of that. With HQ now stuck by himself. It was, I think, a 62 or so point lead that they had over the next best team, and King and Craze are going to make sure us at home have a very entertaining Game 6.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, there's really nothing in it for King and Craze right now. This is just for the love of the game at this point. In H-Cube, if you want it, they're saying basically you're gonna have to really deserve it at this point. They're keying all the way through. Nice job for HQ. Going to get inside that rip. King, known for his exceptional aim, but doesn't quite find the tags, at least from what we can see from Crazy's POV. He's still up and going there. My gosh, talk about surprises, right? I'm over here to talk about, you know, the prize might be in the bag. It's over. Oh, but no.
We both saw it. We both, and I was thinking in my head, like, okay, you survived the rift play from King and Craze, but you're in the sky, you're rifting around. It's not going to be safe from anybody else. And Booba actually found out H-Cube. So H-Cube encrypted. Chris and Aulo, our top 2 teams for Globals, are out of this game.
Okay, now this is really wild now. Now we have a tournament on our hands as far as, is it gonna be a race to the finish line? Who's gonna have the stamina in game number 6? Well, at this point, your guess is as good as mine. And even, I mean, yeah, anyone can really do it at this point now.
Every time I find myself, just, you know, make the last game of the day matter. Give us some entertainment. I've kind of made the comment about Major 2 being a movie. I'm ready for the sequel. Well, we're being gifted the sequel here. You even have Yuz and Sharkman that are also in the race. A little bit further down the leaderboard, you can see 128 points, but they've just been gifted the golden opportunity with the top 2 teams in terms of global qualification down. They have to. Everybody else has to be aiming for at least the top 5 in this game.
Hate or love it, NA remains undoubtedly, undisputed, the most entertaining region on the planet. You know, I was counting this tournament off. I'm like, all right, yeah, it's done. Chris got it. You know, these guys are chilling. They're so far ahead. And then the worst case scenario, everything turns around. Any team now, any team with more than 100 points here, if they win and or finish towards the top 5, are most definitely in the race towards the end. This is going to get really interesting. Then you have Agers and Benno playing for like the win of the tournament, because why not? This is fun.
Yeah, taking down Peterbot and Poyos, as you saw. Out of our top 5 here, all teams included, 3 of them are already down. So Veno and Agers got a chance to try to take first. Visuals and Threats have a chance to move into that bubble, just like Madden. And coincidentally enough, his duo Chance have that same opportunity here. They have a good position on top of the mountain. They just need to kind of accumulate that storm surge, just like visuals and threats. It's like a currency. It allows you to easily fluctuate in and out of the zone, around the lobby, and it kind of gives you a little bit more control over your game, because when you're below that damage threshold, it almost forces your hand.
Yeah, definitely. As you say that, too, I'm just looking at the player count. Talk about a lobby that is thinning out at the moment as everyone, again, you start to find that desperation setting in for people that are too far behind that they need to go fight. And it's really starting to show in the numbers. Effective visuals. They have the outskirts. They're chilling. They have the opportunity of a lifetime here. Crazing King. Hey, they're just deciding at this point, you want to qualify? You got to fight through us first. Dash and Noxy get destroyed here at the canyon. I don't know why Kingling and Craze want to take this fight, but I guess it's over the mending machine. Noxy should not have been here because they're on a warpath that just cannot be stopped at this point.
Yeah, it's a team I don't want to run into. And so for Dash and Noxy, they started this game in 15th place, around 116 points. And so even though we're going to have one of those games where the top end isn't necessarily gaining as much, it almost puts your back up against the wall where you need a victory royale and a certain number of eliminations, all while your competition going down. But at least it's not impossible. They still have some sort of a chance here that they're creating for themselves, like Veno and Agers creating an opportunity for that first place spot. And it's Slepsy and Wagers, another team that's on the hunt.
See how it's going to end up playing out here. Veno, Agers still have a bit of the lead here. They're in control. Agers has got the other side. These are great little side angles, and also that mythic AR down too. So much power in the hands of Veno here. 5 elims. Do keep in mind, they get like 10 plus a big end game. They'll for sure jump up, close the gap, catch up to Peterbot and Pollo, and then who knows how they're going to want to play out the last game, but we'll end up seeing it out. They'll probably end up challenging them again, to be honest.
I'd be down for it. The Veno, Agers, revenge. We kind of know the story leading up to Major 2, how it was shaking out. They're going to contest Peterbot and Pollo, and it actually, in scrims practice, everything leading up to it, it did not go their way, almost not even a single inch. They changed drop spots. They end up triple contested. They qualify and almost win the Major 2 finals. Veno putting up some of the most eliminations again, and now they're in a situation to where they're putting the target on their own back, not just from Pete and Pollo, but any other team that looks to win this entire thing.
Is there a world where Booga and Braids win game 5, their opposition's already been taken out by Kingling and Craze, and then all of a sudden game 6, it's a Booga race to land? You know, the writing's on the wall here. It's a little blurry. We'll see if it ends up coming together. Either way, again, anyone over 100 points right now realistically has a chance if you win this game.
Just keeping our eyes on every single one of those bubble teams, both in and outside of that bubble. Curly and Sphinx being one of them, 138 points. You see the zone kind of pulling everybody towards the south yet again. It's not like Curly and Sphinx. They're being very, very quick and on the button to try to rotate before everybody else. That'll give them a chance to kind of look back, increase their surge, and kind of play for even focusing somebody out. But you see where the zone's going. I almost look at visuals and threats to have one of the better positions right now.
Yeah, this is a crazy zone. We haven't seen a southern pool like this weekend or during the Major 2. I feel like this is pretty far of a draw at the moment. That Bambuga and Curve couldn't have asked for a further zone to really rotate to be honest. They're in between Kingling and Craze here to the left. Either way, they end up making it through. The Javi and a Minish in front of them as well. Okay, so this is really rough now for several of these teams here.
It's becoming a little bit more of a chore just to get to the edge of the zone. Not to mention trying to get yourself a spot deep in towards the center. Trying to give yourself a relatively easy chance no matter where the next zone does pull towards the half and half. One shockwave can kind of cover the distance. But not everybody has that luxury. You're seeing Higgs, Curve, just kind of position where they can, and it's Veno and Agers that are sneaking up onto him. Lands a good shot onto Higgs, backing him up just a little bit, but they're weak themselves. Veno does have a little bit of damage himself, so they're both going to take some time to heal up.
Yeah, curve, and Batman Booga have obviously shown they have a ton of patience inside of them. They've really just been playing every single game, every fight like it matters, as if this is a finals. You know, some teams, they kind of get into these lobbies and they're already qualled and kind of ease up, but not today, not on NA. Everyone's really playing their best. Diminish and Hobby, these are really big moments here for them now. This is going to be a defining opportunity for them. If they can get a refresh here, it will be massive. Not that they exactly need it, but it's the points, it's the ability to go for high ground. They can do so much with that. They're the next team up for a qualification spot.
I'm about to say right next to them. It almost looks like Moneymaker and Fernian found themselves in elimination. A lot of teams here in this lobby in very, very similar situations. So you can kind of see the risk-reward scenario for some, just not necessarily going their way. But as we tune into threats and visuals, not only is threats 7 below the damage threshold, visuals has just been sent back to the lobby.
See there, Threats is trying to make his return to land. He didn't get any spots in the 2025, early 26. But again, no stranger to, of course, playing in person. This is an OG by all means. Great job, by the way. Being below the surge, remaining composed, finding tags through the cracks here, and now he's got a little bit of time to work with. 6 shockwaves too, mind you. So surely, even as a solo, he can make this go the distance here, play for big placement points. He's going to need about a 30-point clutch up, 40 points to go ahead and close that gap between him. And, of course, the second place team that fell a little bit earlier, Chris and Aloe.
Literally kind of thinking the same thing. You don't necessarily, for some of the teams, need an actual victory royale just to close the gap. Chris Aloe going down around 206 points. H-Cube encrypted around 228 points. So you don't need to surpass that just yet, but give yourself a fighting chance for the last game of the day. We'll continue to watch Benno and Agers. You can see 5 eliminations so far, but without all the fighting they've had so far in this game, you can see what it's doing to their material count. They have less than 600 overall, but Threats, he's going to get taken down by Evan and Zonda, and that was the next team up.
So tough to fall right there. Again, and then he had so much to work with as well. You have the perfect loadout of clutch up. But these things do happen. Sharkman Yuz have been granted an opportunity now. Top 25, they have all the damage they need. They've got a lot to work with here. Can they pull a top 5 and get back in the race here and now? That remains to be seen. Virgo's still alive there in the distance.
Yeah, now that we have placement points setting in, like you said, top 25, 2 points per placement, all the way into the top 6. Top 10 is where you get half of them. So currently Sphinx, even though they're below the damage threshold, they just need to hang on just a little bit. 4, it's not much to worry about. You have to make sure to keep yourself steady. Benno Agers, again, fight after fight. You can see what it's doing to them. 1 build, empty item slots, using the rest of their chug jug. So they've done a good job of closing the gap. But if they go down here, they leave a lot of points left on the board.
Well, they're doing what they need to do right now. A minute, great heal up here is going to get right back in, but almost lets his guard down. The team looks to roll through, but they defend just well enough. Meanwhile, Curly and Sphinx have to give up that little bit of high ground positioning as they have to rotate to new zone. No one has claimed the high ground, mind you. Everyone cautiously optimistic at this point, right? No one really wants to go for it. Be the one to get contested up top. Benno and Agers fighting for a refresh here. They get exactly what they're looking for. A little bit of loot to work with here. Still a long ways to go, though, before they're safe.
Only a singular elimination and loot that they have to split between the two. You can see Curly and Sphinx getting a couple eliminations from the backside of the zone, but they're the main focus. Teams don't want to let them in. So even though they just got a refresh, good materials, they are immediately getting burned through by Reek and Cooper, and that's why they immediately try to jump on top, reposition themselves to a much safer spot. But you mentioned nobody taking high ground, left an open opportunity for Zonda and his duo.
Yeah, finally someone's up top, and they've gotten real comfortable there. Meanwhile, Diminish Hobby also debating what the next big move is here. They're kind of working their way through the make round. Sphinx tries to clutch up a little bit more. He gets to 160 points. Not bad at all. Evan and Zonda here at 4 elims, possibly looking to win the game at this point in time. Plenty of competition left in the game, though. Have Cooper and Reed now playing up this next high ground position here. Veno and Ager still somehow are going all the way. Again, they're still fighting first. In the feed though, Booga gets knocked there. Veno gets knocked by Cold.
Oh my. I can't believe he made it in, which is 10 HP, barely hitting the corner. Zone is closing in. Hobby, I wish you the best of luck, but it all runs out. He gets taken down, and that was another team monster that's in the hunt that failed to eclipse 200 points. And so for Madden and Chance, they're another one with the opportunity here. Top 13, so there's still over 36 placement points left on the board.
But one thing's for certain, everyone's getting closer and closer now to have a viable chance at the qualification spot. Who is going to land is going to be the question that remains. Yuz has lost Shark Fin, but he's still alive, earning placement points to top 10 now as he's at 166 here. You'd love to see it all. He goes. He's got a lot of mats to work with as well. But look at all the shots going on here. Chance is just breaking his way through everything. He's got Madden alongside him as well. Still looking for the Elim here. High ground team seems to have come down possibly a little bit. Probably looking to have already ran out of materials. Madden's about to be in the same situation. G-Monster and Void from nowhere. 8 Elims, 10 Elims total. This is crazy. Madden's still popping off here too. He's at 2 Elims now.
This is just chaos at its finest. Another one's gonna fall. 6 teams remain, 2 of them running around as solos here in this game. Madden and Chance, shots coming from all directions. They're just trying to stay composed. Yuz as well. The pressure of everything is on his shoulders to give himself a chance in game 6. With only 2 builds, he has a full chug jug. It's just about when and where he starts to play this heels off.
This is so good right now. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, Yuz is literally clutching up right now and giving his duo a fighting chance here to go to the LAN event. Love the heal off play here, but he's got to be careful. Tries to get the siphon shot there. He finds Madden, but he can't get the points or secure the siphon in the end there. He's going to fall, and all of these points have now risen. The bottom threshold is going up. Evan Zonda come down there. Bushy out of mats. Ziamzo, it's Josh. He gets the 2. They get the mats. Where's the last player? It's Creon from the Storm, and it's over. 12 eliminations, 143 points now for them. Respectable performance there, Jacob, in the end.
Yeah, we've saw in terms of non-qualified players first on that leaderboard go down, 2nd place, 3rd place. Throughout the course of the game, it was the golden opportunity for Evan and Zonda. They got the victory royale, but they have to do it again, Zeke.
They're gonna have to, Jacob. They're gonna have to. But honestly, a win is still a win, right? Getting this opportunity in game 5, that means going into game 6, they have a chance. There is still that chance, Kelly. It's gonna be quite a mountain to climb, but there's a chance.
There is a chance. I mean, we've seen how many points teams are able to garner in just one game, and that is still possible with one game left to go, Vivid. And just looking, I mean, we can't look at the leaderboard right now. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but just looking at the teams that we have within contention, this is still anyone's game. We're looking at the top 2 outside of the already qualified teams. It is still possible. We cannot just confidently say who is going to make it in yet.
Yeah, going into game number 5, this is exactly what we kind of called for. You gotta have a Pete and Polio-esque game to kind of give yourself an opportunity to actually clutch up here. And what better describes a Peterbot and Polio game than a 12 elimination win there to kind of clutch it up? I did see that their points were around that 150 mark. So like Jacob kind of called out, they're gonna have to do it again. But this is a great start from Xanda and Evan.
Oh man, 143 points, guys. I can't lie, it's a very tall ask for sure, but I do love seeing this out of them, right? Going ahead and finding that moment. It's so cool to see, like, again, especially in the kind of context of this, right, Kelly? There's so many high-profile duos running around on different layers, all fighting each other, people getting landed on, and you can still find a 12 elimination victory royale in game 5. Like, that's still something to celebrate.
I mean, with 4 points per elimination, and then of course those 60-some points for a victory royale, that got them over 100 points. And if they do that again, and if a lot of our top teams go down again, like they did in that game, it is a tall order, but it's definitely an order that can be made. However, they're going to have to go up against some big teams. But of course, again, getting ahead of myself.
I know, Kelly, I know. They're telling me we have to go to a break. They won't leave me alone, so we have to go to this break. But we have one game. left to go. One final game to settle this all, and our top teams fell early in that game. How does this impact the leaderboard? We'll find out after this short break.
I got hit with that a lot. I'm popping a medbit. Wait, short. Got 6 builds. Oh, messed up.
Wait, if you're mid, wait.
100. 100. Oh my god. Look. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Milk can help you grow. Milk can't prevent your ride from blasting into space.
Just one game left, and then GC last chance is over. It's crazy. I feel like we just started the day and we're zooming. Okay, we're already on game number 6. We've only got 2 spots going to the global championship up for grabs. Duos in here who already have spots are fighting for prize money. Other duos are fighting for those 2 spots. Evan and Xana get a 12 victory game 12 elimination. There it is. Good job there. Victory Royale in game number 5. At 143 points, is that enough to compete with one of those top 2 spots? We'll take a look in a moment. First, we got to bring up the overall leaderboard. We'll take a look at the specific one for qualification in just a second. We just want to kind of set the stage for everything else that we're seeing. Peterbot Pollo still in the number 1 spot as Agers and Venno are slowly creeping up, trying to fight them. It's really interesting, guys. Venno and Agers actually landed on Peterbot in that last game and decided we're going to go ahead and eliminate y'all pretty much off spawn. They fell 46th place with nothing. I can't lie, guys. This is a storyline that kind of like is super hype. Peterbot Pollo versus Agers and Venno. I'm kind of into it.
I mean, it's also, I went back and watched that fight happen. And it wasn't necessarily that they eliminated Peterbot and Pollo. It was that after Venno and AJ did it, they did it like really nonchalantly. They weren't super hype about it at all. And then one of them said, all right, now we got to go win. Like they did it again, just really just lackadaisically. And I was very shocked by it, and it definitely had what the kids say aura. So for me, that was even more impressive than eliminating Peterbot and Poyo, was to do it just so nonchalantly. So yeah, the storylines are definitely building up, and we can expect, Vivid, maybe some repercussions for the actions that were taken in that game.
I mean, yeah, it was pretty crazy. Obviously, there's stuff going on among some of our qualified teams, but our non-qualified teams, also some crazy happenings going down in the early game as well. And we're going to see the impact of that on the standings. Remember, this is a leaderboard with a non-qualified team. So we saw HCube and Encrypted go down early, as did Chris and Aloe, and kind of went ahead and opened up the opportunity for teams like Javi and Aminish to kind of close that gap. You could see, we were kind of talking about how big of a lead that they have kind of established. Well, now it is down to just 22 points. And Javi and Aminish, they took full advantage of that. They didn't have the best game ever, but they got enough points to kind of get themselves closer. This was a 15th place with a single elimination. So Javi and Aminish, you know, listen, the cards are on the table for you guys now. You can kind of go into game number 6 with a great opportunity to potentially qualify for global championship.
It also seems like a lot of our teams that have already qualified are starting to climb up into the top 10. So that is also going to kind of shake up the leaderboard just a little bit. Obviously, these standings is just the non-qualified teams, so we don't really get that picture just yet. But I do think that this game is going to be completely unpredictable, just how close it is between from, you know, 3rd to kind of 7th place, even below then. If any of them have a really good game, that is really all they're going to need. One of those teams obviously being Yuz and Sharkman, and they had a pretty good game in that last game, going up 3 placement points. They got a 5th place with just 2 eliminations. It seems to be that they are playing it very safe. That was what we saw at the start of the game, or the start of the day. When they got their 3rd place, they only got 2 eliminations. In fact, the most eliminations that they've even got is just 2 eliminations. So they're going for the placements, they're going for the passive, and it seems to be working out for them if they were looking for a top 10. But Vivid, they're not looking for a top 10. They're looking for like a top 4, top 5 right now.
Yeah, they definitely need to start picking up some more eliminations, though. I mean, it's pretty much going to be the difference maker potentially when everything is all said and done. I mean, taking a look at this leaderboard as well, we see G Monster and Void. I mean, they had an incredible game there. 10 plus eliminations for them kind of sends them up 12 spots as well. And Madden and Chance as well, up 5 placements now, 174. It doesn't really feel like anybody on this specific leaderboard is going to be close. I mean, obviously HQ and McCrithed and Chris and Aloe sitting in those current qualification spots are going to be feeling comfortable. But with teams like Madden and Chance clutching up, with teams like G Money and Void clutching up, really anything is possible.
Yeah, man, we've got 1 game left, and the nerves, I mean, I'm getting nervous already, but just think about the context of that last game, right? All of our top teams fall early. Kelly, Viv, we could have a situation, if that happens again, this is the last game. There will be no more opportunities. There won't be any 3rd chances or anything like that. If something goes wrong in this last game and those players fall early and they can't get points, that's it. They will not be qualifying, and then they have to watch everyone else behind them slowly climb up that leaderboard. And if they get more points, that's it. The run's done. They have a better chance to qualify than you do. Kelly, that's a crazy stressful situation to be in.
Listen, we've already experienced heartbreak earlier on in EU of just how close some of our bigger teams can come out of just missing qualification to the global championships. And we know that, you know, for every winner we're going to have a bunch of losers. So unfortunately, not everyone can make it to the global championships. So obviously there is going to be a bit of heartbreak right there. But right now, these teams need to focus. They need to just play Fortnite. They don't need to think about what that's going to mean for them. But obviously, a lot is on the line, Vivid.
Game number 6. NA, it always comes down to the last and final game. A bunch of teams very, very close for those global championship spots. And then we are fighting for $30,000 at the top of the leaderboard. Peterbot and Poyo versus Adrius and Veto. What is going to be the approach here in game number 6 from those 2 teams? Can't wait to see.
Oh man, we got to see if Venom and Adrius decide once again it's time to line up Peter Poyo or not. But this is it. 1 final game. Let the cards fall where they may. Players, it's time to take fate into your own hands. 1 last game. Only 2 spots are on the line. Here we go. Game 6 starts now.
This is it, the last game of the day, the last chance global qualifier. I couldn't have asked for a better kind of ending going into this final game with how close the leaderboard actually is.
Yeah, we have a lot to fight for now. A fight for first place in the cash, and then of course your qualification spot, which somehow has gotten surprisingly close coming into this final game here, Jacob.
Yeah, and so far throughout the day, you know, the first early games, it was kind of slow. Not a lot of aggressive action going down, but that last game showed us everything. Nobody is safe. If your Globals qualified, you're still fighting for that first place spot, or if you want to keep your year alive. It starts, it ends here, because Game 6 is ready, so let's get into it.
Last chance finals, game number 6 is here, and of course we have our eyes on the Sinister drop. We want to know if Veno and Agers are gonna go for it, and it looks like they want to, Jacob.
This is something we've been leading up to Major 2. We didn't get to see it, but now we have been gifted the chance. Poyo, probably known as one of the best off-spawn players in the game, and they get that first elimination on Veno. Essentially a battle for first place, and now Agers is stuck by himself until he eventually goes down. Peterbot and Poyo will reign supreme.
They do it again, and you know what? We knew that when Peterbot and Poyo were expecting to play, things would go a little bit differently. I mean, they are just that good, and now they will solidify themselves undoubtedly as the team to take the tournament away today with the most amount of points here.
I'm gonna call it too early though. Still have hope the way some of these teams have been playing. HQ encrypted. Who knows? Peterbot and Poyo going down. That's the only points they get. We have a miracle run. They not only qualified for the global championship, can possibly win the entire thing. But this drop here, called the 0-point split, just east of the actual 0-point riff. Osid and Vert looking like they have a little bit more control over this game. A full loadout. What they really lack here is the shields, but everybody here at this drop does.
Definitely is a really scrappy fight. Everyone involved here at the moment. Shot from Volts and Kaki right here to have the first elimination on a team. Let's try to get the finish up here. Just like that, they find themselves with 3 elims.
This is a team that we kind of saw to start the day. They were kind of close to that bubble, but being contested. We all kind of know how that song and dance goes. You almost have to be perfect when it's top 2 that does qualify. His threats and visuals seem to get a little bit more active here, just outside of their POI towards the south. They see Rapid by himself. He's going to go down to Evan and Zonda, last game's winner, but now all the aggression is coming out from visuals and threats. They need these elims, they need the points, and they're going to get that first down onto Zonda.
It's actually huge for them right here. Again, the comeback story now for threats and visuals here. A team that somehow has 2 victories on the evening and still is in a race to try to close the gap, close the distance between them and Chris and Aloe, now their next most immediate team holding the qualification spot at the moment. It might not feel like much, but 30 points is a good lead to have coming into this last game here.
Yeah, outside of elimination, let's make it all the way to the top 10. She's shown today so far that it's never going to be that easy. But G-Money, Void, 170, giving themselves a fighting chance. 10th place on the overall leaderboard, actually tied with Reet and Cooper, but they win the tiebreaker due to average eliminations, going to show that they're well on track. They just need to push themselves a little bit further and can't run out of gas here in Game 6. As Kaki Volts continuing their aggression, they take down Pure, leaving Wheeze by himself, so another 2v1 winnable scenario.
It's kind of crazy. Kaki and Bolts are literally finding their stride in the last game, unfortunately for them. But either way, this is going to be really good for the rest of the lobby, right? Like, this placement points and things are going to start thinning out. And if, again, if you're Chris and Aloe, etc., you're going to be happy that other teams are not exactly soaking up all these eliminations.
Now, finally, I was about to say, nobody's really here, but just on the outskirts. Kind of do see HQ and Encrypted early to kind of rotate towards this center, or at least from now, just outside Madden and Chance there as well. And you kind of seeing like a priority to rotate from some of the teams this game than what we've seen so far. Curly and Sphinx land just north, but they're getting pushed off further and further, which could be a blessing, because you see they already have the Chug Jugs. The only thing they're really lacking now is just a little bit more materials.
Yeah, said, gonna need a little bit more to work this mid-game, late-game situations that are to come. Six and Curlito, 160. Again, still not quite out of it. We're gonna need that Chris and Aloe update here soon because we have Craze and Kingling back on the hunt, going team to team, hitting these important draw spots, these named POIs. Once again, they're on a mission right now. They're at 3 elims, and we just started this game.
And luckily enough, though, you are seeing they're pushing up towards the north. Seeing how the fight started, Craze just almost little to no care in the world, just bulldozes into the box, gets both of those eliminations. And I would say HQ Encrypted, we saw kind of make it a priority to rotate out earlier on. That's how they got caught out in that last game. So everybody learning from little mistakes here, learning from the aggression of the lobby to try to give themselves a good game 6 to close out the day. Uh-oh.
Oh no, Chris though finds Dash with the clutch elimination, and look at his inventory. He's got such a strong loadout to work with. Do you abandon the ship or stick around and fight? Noxie's also extremely healthy here too. Much more on the line here for Chris. His teammate's still down. He's got to make the right move here. He's got to hit the right shots. Nice job boxing up Aloe there, while Noxie makes a big mistake here. Takes a little too much time to heal. That 4 though is Noxie's. Nice little side angle here for Chris to go ahead and branch his way out. Don't want to be standing on your enemy floors there.
Chris doing a good job of keeping Aloe alive,
no.
not at all, but he gets coned off. 2 HP. Noxie has turned this one around. He has to be able, like you said, to go. You have to take advantage of the 2 HP, especially since Slepsy and Wagers, another team is lurking in.
I think he fell. Oh no, he didn't fall. Okay, the body fell. Aloe fell off. Okay, Noxie recognizes there might be some danger nearby. He ends up dipping out. You know what? Slepsy and Wagers, by the way, this is the right move for them to try to push Chris if they want to, of course, disrupt things. So they're lurking around. They know what's going on here, but it'd be hard to understand if there was a solo left, you know? With the limited information, seeing one player disengage, you might think this is the only guy surviving here.
Potential 4 more points if they could just get this elimination or even knock onto Dash. So far, good amount of damage. Dash is going to land 2 feet down onto the ground, but Wager Slepsy are coming to interrupt this fight. They need a certain number of eliminations, Monster. They need a victory royale. For Slepsy and Wagers, it is literally the definition of all or nothing, because if they don't get that victory royale with elims, their FNCS ends here, but they're able to find the open opportunity, getting the knock onto Dash. Noxie's stuck by himself with no shield, and every second he stays in the zone, that is less HP he has to work with.
The real problem is they let Chris and Aloe basically escape at this point. So even if you're Noxie and Dash, even if you're Slepsy and Wagers, your competition got away. Slepsy, Wagers, gotta speed this one up. Noxie just waiting this out. He really is desperate. You know, he's just kind of sitting here, even with all these extra feels. I'm not sure how I feel too much about this, man. They know you're here.
Yeah, Slepsy's Wager's doing a good job, though, of being very, very calculated. Kind of not even necessarily breaking through all of the builds, just damaging them enough to see through. And with Noxie, though, 25 seconds. He is on a clock here to have to make a move. He has 20 left on the Chug Jug, but that's not a lot of time being granted. You almost need to disengage, get to that vending machine, or find a way to get the elimination for the Siphon.
He's gonna start healing here. Wagers and Slepsy. Patience grows thin. They back off a little bit. Another team is now looking down. And hey, you know what? I was wrong. Noxie makes the right move and just waiting it out, I guess, because now he's got a little bit of firepower potentially coming in from the distance. Meanwhile, Madden and Chance had an opportunity to clutch up. Madden takes down Earbot to stay in the race for a qualification spot. It doesn't get any bigger or better than that for Madden and Chance there.
Yeah, just unfortunate. They get the knock. But I'm not sure what Pollo did to make sure he didn't get taken out. But Peterbot does stay alive. He crawls into the reboot van, and they do get the reboot back up. Nobody's pushing on over just yet to try to clean up this elimination. And honestly, when it's Peterbot and Foyo, I wouldn't necessarily push on over either.
Yeah, definitely the better play for Peterbot to pick himself up. I suppose they expose himself elsewhere, but talk about an important fight for Chance and Madden. If that ends up being the deciding factor as to why they qual, I'll be pretty excited story for them. A Minish Javi on the other side. Slow and steady. Might just be able to win the race. 184, doing what they got to do these last couple games. Exactly the way they needed to. A little 3-2-1 in the bush there just to check what was going on.
Yeah, did a good job of focusing on the rotation in towards the zone. They're not necessarily elevated the highest, but they do have this mountain edge to kind of go and base up on. Not necessarily using a ton of materials, but I was thinking in my head, where is Chris at? We know he's a solo, hasn't gotten the reboot back on up just yet. And so Slepsy and Wagers, they're running away from this situation, but I'm not sure if they know how close they actually are to Chris. Uh-oh.
No way. Oh no, he almost got away with it. He was hidden so well. I wouldn't even thought they would have checked down there. That was such a good hiding spot. Yeah, there's nothing Chris could do here. This is such a tough spot to be in. No more shockwaves either. He's gonna have to fight this one out to the end. He's moving though, my gosh. 210 is where he gets frozen at. Wagers and Slepsy have a chance. It's crazy even to say that, because they have to win and continue to get elims, but technically they actually have a chance, but so does everyone else now. This is the opportunity for every other team that's looking to qual here.
Yep. As we see HQ encrypted, I'm not sure if they're watching the feed or not, but with Chris and Aldo down, everybody below them on that leaderboard at least has something to aim for. Exactly. And the next best team, obviously, this is starting at the game. You see their 228 points. The next highest team was Javi and Aminish at 184 points. So roughly a 44-point lead above the next best team that can push them out of the global championship qualification spot. So they just need to have just one of the casual performances they've had on the day so far, and they're good.
Yep, now you have all these teams who, I mean, quite literally, I think it's going to come down to which one of these teams effectively win the game. Void G Monster, if they do it, it's going to push them over the edge. It's going to give them so many points. They're going to need those extra points to really separate themselves because of how close it's been, especially since, you know, it's really interesting. All these teams that are kind of on the bubble for the qualification, they're not the ones picking up a ton of eliminations, right? It's the ones that are extremely desperate. They're trying to close the gap here. And that's why we still have almost the same exact points where we left off on with everyone else in the game. Visuals, threats on the other side have already effectively picked up too, which is not too bad. We're at cap material. Another Western pool. We've already seen them win a game from here, so they know how to do it.
It's just a matter of they can make it through the mid game, because that's when a lot of their struggles are happening. The next best team, Hobby and Aminish, they go down. Peterbot, Boyo are the reason for them to go down. So another team's FNCS year has come to an end. And then now I gotta look at the next best team, Yuz and Sharkman, who started at 176.
There's no way, right? There's no way. Boyo does end up falling here. Peterbot's left by himself. We've already seen Boyo do some miraculous things as a solo, obviously going on those crazy elimination tears. Peterbot by himself, vibes are up. They already have the tournament in the bag. I mean, he might just continue to do crazy things here himself. But again, talk about the biggest upset. We're having a Minish there. Dream's getting crushed here. Sphinx and Curly actually have a chance now to overtake some of these teams here. That in chance is going to be one of those dangers that are standing between them and, of course, the position at the LAN event.
So it could still definitely end up being very close, depending on if our already qualified teams start getting eliminations here, siphoning points away. But for Curly and Sphinx, they're just looking to get into the zone for now. As soon as they find it safe, comfortable, or at least as comfortable as can be, you can see them kind of lurking around, seeing a scuffle going down, immediately landing shots onto Curve, onto Higgs as well, just trying to alleviate the stresses of the eventuality of Storm Surge.
Not gonna lie, I want to see what Slepsy and Wager's looking like, because if they somehow continue to find his elims, that would just be the craziest story. But threats and visuals, 2 elims above the threshold, plenty of material. This is looking like the dream run for them. Meanwhile, Peterbot on the other side is way below the threshold himself. He's got a lot of damage to catch up with, but he's got nothing to lose. This is another win in the bag for him right here. 325 below, though. What are you going to do, Peterbot? Who are you going to target next? Oh, little revenge onto Cold. Okay, I like that one.
Feeling confident. You can see him kind of lurking on over, but he just can't get tunnel visioned on one team. 350 is a lot to overcome, especially since you're still taking a little bit of damage, running out of builds, tries to break into that first box. There's a whole nother duo on the other side, and that's just going to be a little bit more for Peterbot to handle as a solo. He's going to go down, even with first place already secured. It's a big team out of the lobby, and a team that can no longer siphon away points.
Yeah, definitely. As you say that too, Batman, Booga falls there as well. These are teams that are sitting up at the top of the standings, falling right now. And quite honestly, I can't tell if that's going to be beneficial for anyone trying to hold their qualification spot or not, but I don't think so. You have teams like Sphinx and Curly just now starting to earn their placement points.
You have better chances for those points to go to the teams that actually need it, instead of first place or any of our other global qualified teams. But you're seeing everybody making a priority, rotating forward towards the zone. Does have a western lean, so for Booga and Braids, they might be one of the last ones to start their rotation, but most of their way there is going to be relatively clean. A little bit of a mess up for Braids on that shockwave. Forced to expend another one, but this is where they alleviate themselves, and this is almost a make or break rotation if they go through the cone.
Crazy to think that Booga and Braids are at 160 right now with 5 eliminations. How many more can they go for? Another 10 and they'll close the gap. Encrypted HQ, the team that has that comfortable lead, now starting to soak up those well-earned placement points. This is good for them here. Notice they're not doing anything risky, Jacob.
Yeah, I think they know. There's going to come a point in time in this exact game where it's going to become mathematically impossible for them to lose out on one of those 2 spots. They just need to maintain their composure. Stay 190 or so above the damage threshold. Luckily for them and everybody else, 4 players need to go down. Storm Surge will no longer be a worry, but we got a battle for high. King, Craze, Cold, and Ritual. Cold, Ritual do seem to get that first elimination onto King, leaving Craze all by himself. Again, that's a team that is ahead on the points on the leaderboard that they've just taken out of the lobby.
Yep, definitely just crashing out for high ground, because why not? It's the last game. They're looking to end it with a bang. Meanwhile, visual and threats slowly, surely inching their way up towards Kristen Allow's position. Sharkman and Yuz are doing the same as well. They find Ace first there. Couple solos remaining in this game. Do keep in mind, that's why there's still 24 teams alive on the board there. Sphinx, Curly find themselves very much hurt on the outskirts of the map there.
Just kind of had my eyes locked on Liam and Veer. One of them's down, stuck with solos. Madden and Chance, not necessarily going for elevation, just trying to stay down below, putting a target on an H-Cube encrypted. Even though they have so much more of a cushion, that'll be the last thing a team like this would want, to fall and let the nerves kind of eat you alive. 240 though, the cushion just continues to get built. Top 20 situation, a good chunk of the placement points so far, and you can see players just dropping like flies.
Yeah, it's nothing to worry about at this point. I mean, you really want to start looking at everyone else who's getting very, very close to that number here. Yuz, Sharkman still alive. Chance there in the mix. H-Cube and Encrypted just kind of cruising by. Take a look at Sharkman's situation here. A single Elam that they just got onto Ace, but they have a little bit more maps to go the distance here. Target now putting on their back here from the rest of the lobby here. 196, just a couple more teams falling will give them the position over Kristen Allow, and then it's a fight to hold it.
back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. I keep coming back. I can't hold it back. Yeah, I'm bouncing back. It's just a mission. I do them in my sleep, no commission. I like a side quest, love opposition. With surgical precision, they make losing their tradition. Yeah, they talk, but what they say to me, I'm chewing it all, straight in my jaw, the way that I hurt you to think. I'm building a wall, 90s tall between you and me. I'm out of space, you're out of peace. It's a different game, and I'm out of league. Say you wanna love, if you wanna love, make a move, don't stop and wonder. Gotta take it out, 'cause I wanna love. No stumble, I'll keep bouncing back. Take your gap, take a step, 'cause I've been back. Oh, just like that, I beat you in, crank up back to back. Oh, just like that, I see a dub in my future stats. Oh, I know a place you can go. The doghouse outside my massive abode. It's lovely, it's cushy, and sometimes it's cold. Now sit and watch me get this gold. Oh.
Turning into attack. Get it, don't look around, no time to look back. That's how we do it. We do it like that. That's how we do it. Yeah. We do it like that.
There are just 3 more spots remaining in the Fortnite Global Championship for our European duo. So whose season as a team ends here tonight, and who will we see in Antwerp? Welcome to the Fortnite Global Championship Last Chance Qualifier. Guys, I cannot believe this is our last broadcast before the Fortnite Global Championships, at least in this particular Duos-based FNCS season to Karch. And I think there's going to be some incredibly nervous Duos fighting out tonight.
Yeah, some more nervous than others, I would say, as we do have duos competing today that have already qualified to the Global Championship. But the good news is that there is a prize pool, Mini, so they'll be excited for that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Mini, talk us through the money.
Yeah, there's money on the line, of course. Of course, we have teams and players that are looking to qualify through the globals, but for players that have already done that, there is still something on the line and something to play for. First place today, $40,000, and all the way down to 50th gets $400 as well. So every single one of our players today will be walking home with cash, which is really exciting. And I think it's a great format for so many different ways, because of course it's going to be an absolute stacker of a lobby for teams that, of course, have already qualified through, and teams that still need to do it as well.
Yeah, it's the last dance for some of these duos tonight, but we're not going to dwell on who won't be going to Antwerp. We're going to be talking about who will. And in fact, let's take a look at the duos who've already qualified, because 16 of them are in the lobby tonight, Takata.
Yeah, I mean, these are the best of the best from Major 1, Major 2 of EU, and you can see there's some to be declared left over there at the bottom right. So there are 3 duos that will be qualifying today to the Global Championship that have not already qualified, but the competition is going to be incredibly tough due to all these players in the lobby.
I can't believe there's only 3 spots up for grabs, because we had 9 back in Major 2. We're going to have 21 duos representing Europe overall. But let's talk about the duo that's really leading the charge right now, setting the standard, as we saw in the Major 2 Grands Finals. Mini Minor, well, you're going to talk to us about what went so right for Sky and Scroll, because we're probably going to see it from them tonight, and maybe we're going to see other duos trying to take on that game plan too.
Yeah, often players sort of look at the best team of the region when they go into future tournaments, the FNCS winners, and of course Sky and Scroll were the team that won Major 2 FNCS, remember, back-to-back, of course, as well. So everyone will be looking at these guys, what strategies they're using to actually win that FNCS, and of course they land at Frosted Flats, as we all know. Plenty of those sofas and of course those beds that they can break to get loads of gold as well, and even those cash registers, and they also have a safe there as well. They actually have one of the highest density of those in their POI, because remember, Frosted Flats is really quite small, so they can loot it really quickly. They can do that massive base that we saw, of course, as well, similar to last season, where instead this time they were sort of basing inside of the POI, as we've seen previously, dropping all of those heals up top. All that gold then gets split over towards Scroll, who can then go ahead and use that gold really effectively. And this is a really key part of their strategy, because of course they have these vending machines here that they can use all of that gold on. They get loads of those chug jugs there, and of course they get loads of these med kits, and this just sets them up for the entire game here, Takata, because chug jugs allow you to heal up for only as much as you need. So what's great about them is you can use them as many times as you like, of course, with the actual charges that are in there. So you can see Scroll right here gets hit for around 70 damage. He doesn't have to use up the entire chug jug. He can just use 70 health inside of it to sort of heal up his shield, and then he can continue using that throughout the rest of the game, which just sets them up perfectly for a lot of these late game situations that they find themselves in.
Yeah, it's incredibly beneficial for rotating, but it's also incredibly beneficial for getting tags. They can actually look back into the zone and see players rotating in late, and they can afford to take those shots, because even if they end up taking damage, they have so many heals with those chug jugs that they can just recuperate those couple tags back up, keep looking for more tags, and it allows them to have such a strong amount of damage that they can take these dead side rotates. You can see, this is back in the finals, how they are literally the only duo on this dead side, and it's because they are so amazing at setting themselves up for success.
It's so interesting though, because I spoke to Always Pappy, their mental coach, earlier this week, and we had a chat about how Sky and Scroll back in the Major 2 heat, they were not looking confident at all. They were a shadow of their former selves. And it's because, according to Pappy, that they were not ready for the zone pulls and the zones pulling so far away from them. But then when they came to the Major 2 finals, they'd prepared for them for it mentally, but also game plan-wise.
Yeah, they adapted super well. I mean, you were mentioning a lot of the zone play. Back in Major 1, when they performed so well, a lot of the top teams reviewed them and started playing Storm, but what these teams would end up doing is going into the Storm Zone 2, which then to avoid storm sickness had to leave the zone or leave the storm by Zone 5. So let's actually take a look at the Major 2 finals here. This is Game 4 and see what they actually do differently. So Sky and Scroll are on the surge base like Mini showed at the start, but this is actually Zone 5 when they first enter, and they don't beeline it to the zone. They wrap completely around and allows them to actually go into the zone in Zone 6 or even sometimes 7, so it's much later than a lot of the other teams that are already based up. It puts them in a primed up position. It allows them to not only get that storm surge damage, but also rotate early in the future zones because they don't have to stay behind to look back and get all of those extra necessary tags since they've already done the damage. And if you see the inventory mini, like you were mentioning, they have those chug jugs and they are super helpful.
Yeah, really helpful for them to make these rotations. You mentioned how much how little time they spend in that storm. They don't have to worry too much about storm sickness then. You can see it right here. They're actually just claiming a lot of those low ground layers on that front side of zone. You can see it again right here. And of course, because they have no storm sickness, they can do that really easily. And remember when I spoke about the chug jugs earlier on, they can heal themselves back up. Look at them here, claimed all of that position on front side low and a full health whilst doing it as well. So every element of their strategy all comes together here, Takata, to sort of have them play these end games out so effectively well like they do.
It's what I love so much about them as a duo. They set themselves up for success, but they also have the skills to capitalize on moments where they have no more mats. It's the final zone. There's only a couple players left, and they're still able to clutch up these moments, get the eliminations, hit the shots when they matter most, and that's why they've won now back-to-back majors.
Well, Sky and Scroll, they are setting the standard for all the players in Europe, but particularly Denmark. It's known as a country that's prolific for top Fortnite players. But what about Greece, Leopard and Taco?
Definitely some fun teams all around the world if you really think about it, Frankie. But yes, I do believe that we have to emphasize the bit of shenanigans that kind of took place with Ghost and Lemon featuring their appearance here in this finals Lobby 11.
Yeah, so a lot of you watching will be pretty familiar with Ghost. He played in the last FNCS final. Lemon, on the other hand, is one of his friends from Greece and didn't play in the last FNCS final. In fact, Lemon hasn't actually made a Divisional Cup set lobby final 3 months ago, Taco. Lemon was playing in Division 3. I mean, half the people watching today probably were playing against Lemon 3 months ago in Div 3. Look, the reality is, Gold is playing with Lemon today because he didn't realize that if you queued last chance with somebody, you were locked in with them. And so he was just trying to help his friend make it out of round 1 and then go and play with someone else. Unfortunately, they are stuck together. But fortunately, they've actually made it to the final. And so there's a good chance Ghost might actually qualify globals today, playing with one of his mates from Greece.
Yeah, excited to see just how far the power of friendship can take them. So let's get it back over to Frankie and the team, see what else they've got in store for us.
It's one of my favorite stories of the year so far. Good luck to Ghost and Lemon. If you guys get a victory royale, if you guys qualify, I'm going to grab a plate from my kitchen. I'm going to smash it Greek style on the stream. I'll get some safety goggles. Don't worry, production. Let's take a look at the lobby list, though, and see who they're up against, because I'm really excited to see a French duo getting together, because I feel like this is a bit of a superstar duo, and they've actually had some experience in last chance qualifiers before, Mini. It's Akira and Prototype.
That's right, yeah. The last time these guys played together was, of course, in trios at the beginning of last year, and they actually needed to qualify through that last chance qualifier into that grand final. Of course, this isn't exactly the same format. It's not a win and you're in format. It is consistency, but when the backs are against the wall, these guys can definitely perform. Unfortunately, as of late, it just doesn't seem like both of these guys have really been putting up the performances that we really expect from the names that are on screen, particularly Akira and Karama. They didn't qualify into the Major 2 finals. Podesai did, but didn't have a great performance overall individually, and with his duo, they got 47th overall. So it's like there's a lot to be asked about this duo. There's a lot to sort of wishing for when it comes to their gameplay, because we haven't seen them playing together for a long time. We haven't seen great performances from French Fortnite since sort of 2024 when we saw a top 5 from them in Major 2. So a lot of questions from me to Carter. How well are they going to do? Of course, this is a lobby now where it is last chance format. Will they be able to sort of perform now that their backs are against the wall? We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you the good news, Minnie. Look, the good news is both of these players qualified through a second chance to the Major 1 Summit. So not only did they qual Major 1 last chance, they did another last chance at the Summit. And guess what we're playing today? We're playing a last chance qualifier to Globals. Both of these players can make it happen when it matters most. And, you know, it's the format that they've succeeded in before. So hopefully we can see them do it again.
But we also got a Polish duo getting back together to Carter in Seti and Yapko, because we saw them playing together in trios, right?
Yeah, and they did very well in trios. In the Global Championship, they actually got 3rd place trioed up with Panzer. It was Seti, Yapko, Panzer. I think they also ended the majors well. Yeah, you can see Major 3, they got 4th place. The issue is, right after that, when 2026 started, especially for Seti, it was just a bit downhill. Didn't qualify Major 1, didn't qualify Major 2. Yapko did actually qualify Major 1, got 10th place, so it wasn't too bad. But then Major 2 fell short, couldn't qualify with Panzer, and that led to them splitting. And now this new duo forming.
Yeah, it's a bit of a reunion, really, isn't it? Of a sort of duo from a trio that was just super successful. We didn't really get to see too much of them. Today, though, they are contested there by Search and Fincheck. And I just see Search and Fincheck as very different players to Seti and Yapko. You think about Seti, of course, FNCS Invitational Champion, always seems to perform on LAN. Very similar to Yapko, of course. One game has had some really solid performances in LANs as well. And even in 2024, he filled in for Swizzy's, or as Swizzy's teammate, and they got 10th overall. So a last-minute duo swap there. Yapko still manages to perform on LAN. My issue right there, as I set up, was the fact that Search and Fincheck, they've still got a lot to prove. They still need to qualify into these global championships. They're a duo that we need to see more from overall in terms of their overall career. So they'll be hungrier. They'll be wanting this qualification. So I think for them, it's going to be a really important day. And I think Seti and Yapko might struggle off spawn, but it would be a real shame to not see both of those guys at LAN. So I want to see them qual today.
I'm scared, guys. I'm just looking at some of the names in the lobby tonight. We have got some other legends who have not qualified yet. One of those legends is Mr. Savage Jakarta. He and Truly, they picked up the first victory royale of the Major 2 Grand Finals, and then they really failed to capitalize on that incredible start.
Look, it was a big start. The EU comm was going crazy. Feeling of euphoria at an all-time high. Savage won game 1. But as you mentioned, Frankie, they ended up finishing in 24th. They couldn't qualify to globals, and they are contesting Cringe and Volko, which also had quite the devastating end to the major. They ended up being only 2 points, well, not 2 points, but 2 placements off qualifying to globals. They got 18th. You had to get top 16 to qualify, and now both of these duos that were so close are contesting each other, Vinny.
The good news, though, is remember, Mr. Savage and Truly had that really great performance off spawn against Tayson and Mustache in that last chance qualifier. Remember, they won game 4 there in that event. So they just seem to perform really, really well when the fights are going quickly. And then as for Volko and Cringe, they're a team that were originally landing at the drop spot that they're landing at today, and then last minute swapped on over to Wonky Land, which I think did go pretty well for them. Of course, didn't qualify through to the globals. So now they're back to a position that they know and know very, very well indeed. They would have practiced it very well. So this sort of drop spot battle, this contestation is a bit more of a 50-50 one for me, because you have 2 very good teams off spawn. It's just going to come down to zones for me. I know Mr. Savage, a lot of fans would be like, yeah, he didn't get good zones on day 2. That's why it all fell apart. So I'm with you guys on the Mr. Savage train. I want to see him qualify through today.
There's only 6 games, though. There's only 1 day to Carter. Do you think that we're going to see any upsets, any surprising names go through, or do you think the likes of Savage and Truly are going to be booking their spots in Belgium?
I'd love to see them book their spots, but I'm going to ride the caster's boat here. Ghost and Lemon, that is a very interesting story, so I'm hoping that they can push through today.
Minnie?
Yeah, I think because it's not a victory format, I don't think we'll see too many surprises. I think you do have to play very good Fortnite over the course of 6 games. Contestation is going to be really important as well. And it's not like a sort of typical last chance lobby where you have a lot of the other teams, all the other teams in the lobby that haven't qualified. You have qualified teams. You have FNCS winners from this season, this meta in the lobby. So it's going to be really, really difficult for these newer teams. Not saying it's not possible, but I think experience in this sort of format will pay dividends here today.
Well, unqualified Euros, you've only got 6 games to do it. Don't play it safe, okay? Or you'll disappoint me. Let's head into game 1 with 11, 2K, and Taco.
Look, you don't want to play it safe, but at the same time, Levin, when it's a consistency metric, there's no real reason to maybe take those big risks either. As long as you're able to navigate and find some of that consistency, that's going to be the real star component to bring some success for some of these teams that are looking to lock in for that global championship Battle Bus slot.
Yeah, the reality is, the short of it, you just gotta play good Fortnite. I mean, that's all you have to try and do. And if you play good enough, you might just put yourself a ticket to the global championships. It's never that simple, though. I think having played a grand finals in this meta, having so many of the players in this lobby experience so much, it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, of course, but obviously we've got first game ready to go, so it's time to see just how the action's gonna unfold. Picking things up, though. First game always seems like it could be the hardest, Levin, because you do have kind of a mix of everything taking place in this lobby. And knowing that it's going to be the last opportunity for players to try and find themselves in presence for that global championship, there's just so much at stake. There's bound to be a little bit of the nerves, obviously, starting to play a bit of a factor, but ultimately, these guys, they've just got to see the mission through. Shaken Sanctuary, though, not necessarily as bumping as people would have originally anticipated it, but we have been seeing a lot of traffic kind of surrounding this southeast section of the map, so wouldn't be too surprised before some of these teams start picking it up. Pace is going to be a little bit slower for the start. Just Fordoxy Merdia is kind of stuck between the two. Don't want to find themselves engaging too soon with Savage and Truly. Don't want to find themselves getting third-party by Lucia and Hallie. Also, welcome back, Lucia and Hallie, to EU. Certainly had a bit of fun over in the Middle East region, but they've managed to see just how far they could take it back on Europe.
Yeah, it's very rare we get to watch 2 sets of champions playing in the same lobby here on an EU FNCS, but I'm never gonna miss on an opportunity to big up our boys who obviously got the job done over on Middle East and now back over on EU. Looking to just try to get as much high quality practice as possible going into the global championships. Frozy will be taken down. Not the greatest of starts here. I think that is one thing that becomes much more important, Tackle, how you start. Of course, when we're watching the grand finals not too long ago, how you do in the first game, as much as it sets a tone, it doesn't tell your full story, right? You have so many games to get back into the competition. You have so many opportunities to make up for any mistakes. 6 games, you really got to get a move on and start the day strong.
Yeah, with only 6 games to work with, the margins for error is just that much narrower. And not only that, but it can also sometimes dictate sort of the mental that comes behind all of that impact play here. But Volko making sure, get the job done, opening strong, will be able to make a reboot play for Cringe. And this has been rollercoaster of emotions for Cringe and Volko. Finals obviously not panning out the way that they would have hoped for, but finding themselves with slightly different views here. Chap looks he could pose a bit of a threat, though. My Chap is just sort of hovering off on the horizon. That reboot bound to be a little bit of a appeal, but more fights continuing to break out. Reason and Khan trying to have their own successes here, but Khan, he's really just stuck in the thick of it. Reason now trying to alleviate some of this pressure, trying to see if he can open up a separate angle, but everyone just managing to hold fast for a moment here. Darden and Gordete definitely recognizing the fact that there are other teams beginning to sort of encroach on their position. They don't want to get too caught, too sandwiched here. And with that, a little bit of a pause. Reason Khan able to find some breathing room, but then Savage truly right back to applying more consistent pressure. So definitely a big moment here for Reason and Khan, because like you'd already said, Lev, these teams definitely trying to open up this first lobby with a solid performance, because with only 6 matches, you just don't have too many options in terms of bouncing back. You don't want to find yourself off to an early hiccup and just having to think about how we're going to recover.
Yeah, and if you look at how Reason and Khan were playing the game a lot early in the season, we saw just how much a bad first game could impact these guys. They look to be aggressive, they look to take fights with people. If you rock into the tournament looking to take fights to some of the teams around you, you go into game 1, you get absolutely rolled over. All of a sudden, you're looking at adjusting the game plan, switching things up, and it does disrupt your momentum heavily. So a good first game here will mean everything for Reason and Khan. For Akira and Podesite, they'll be looking to make up for, I guess, some of the lack of performances I think we've seen from some of our favorite and our best French players this season. Of course, I know we're not going back to France, but, you know, Belgium and Antwerp, it's not too far away, right? We want to see the French supporters out there in full force, and I think if we're going to get that, we need to see more French players added to that Globals lobby.
Fortunately, there are quite a few French players all participating in today's competition that have yet to find their secured position for that global championships. It is always interesting, though, watching the way that the French comp for their pros tend to sort of swap around with each other's duos. For example, that recent split, you know, Momsy and Sato now rocking it through today. Akira Podesai, Skyjump, and Ju. Ju obviously not in that French section, but still just kind of gauging whether or not Savage and Truly are going to actually be able to fully commit against that fight up against Savage or Prodoxy and Medius, but things will always appear to be a little bit more complicated, especially when the players are still trying to determine if they're going to have to deal with some of those third-party circumstances. Thomas in focus, though, over at Heatwave Harbor, not a soul in sight. And definitely very looted up right now. These are some solid loadouts when you're thinking about what you'd want to be taking into the end game.
Absolutely. Big expectations on Thomas and Focus. Not a bad Grand by any means, but we're never really in the running to win it. I think a good opportunity, and a lot of people will be predicting them to make up for that today. Vanya and Nefrizzi. Taco, this is a team who, I mean, when you look at the names, the results haven't quite matched it. Vanya, of course, second place at the Global Championships last year. And if they play how they've been playing for most of this year, he might not get the chance to return today.
Would definitely be a bit devastating too. Just knowing how close he once was in just last year's competition. To still feel so far away, but still has that chance here today. Try and set the stage for a return appearance at the Global Championship for Dodge. Just a little bit more of a scenic view. Very far wraparound currently. It looks like they might even be tailing another duo. So very curious to see whether or not they'll be scouted out before they get a chance to get closer. But so many teams definitely taking their time. This is a bit expected from a lot of duos.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's interesting about the shot we sort of saw there with the zone is I'm sure lots of people in the community will be eagerly waiting to see just how many players are playing Storm early across these games. I think there's been such a wealth of content from different people discussing how much playing the zone super early was quite damaging, I think, for a lot of teams. Especially when you look at the success of the FNCS champs on EU, Sky and Scroll, and even on NA as well with Acorn and Bolts. On our screens here though, Ghost, Lemon. Ghost will be looking for just a much better day than what he experienced in the Grands in general, regardless of the whole story with Lemon being, you know, his Div 3 friend who's managed to sneak his way into this lobby. Ghost and Ping in Grand did not have a great competition whatsoever, Taco, and so just anything better than that, I think, will be a big plus.
For sure. And obviously, they're not the only ones. You could almost say the same for Stroky and Noah Riley, who we're starting to see a glimpse of success in that initial day, and then things just kind of went south. Too many issues with off-spawn contention that just continued to sort of disrupt and prevent them from really being able to continue finding a little bit of momentum and rhythm. But here today, obviously, looking to try on 180 that conversation and make sure that they'll be able to ride things through consistently here. But Flixie and Chap, just another duo sort of littering inside of the storm, waiting around, playing through their vending. Just makes perfect sense that Hallie and Lusha also have very similar intentions, but at the same time, they know it's not really worth sticking around. How much gold do Flixie and Chap actually have to work with here? Enough to at least get somewhat looted up and begin to make their approach. Not too surprised, though, to see teams just continuing to take advantage of these vendings. It is going to continue to be such a prominent theme for a lot of duos that just understand if they can play through those whites in the storm, get a little bit of a better position, maybe even make that dead side approach, it's just going to net them a much easier in-game performance.
Yeah, of course, it's been so documented just how you have to play Storm this season in this meta, and so it becomes an option for far more teams. For Nebs and Nathan here on our screens, they're a mid-map team, land dead center at the 0 point, and so not a team often caught playing the Storm at this point in the game. They're more used to pulling the zones.
Good awareness, though, from Nathan and Nebs, just trying to prevent taking any additional surge wherever possible. You don't want to have to find yourself looking for those options later on. Because as the zones start to close in, as teams start trickling inwards, it becomes all the more complicated when you find yourself on the other end of things, just trying to secure damage as opposed to being able to just fixate exclusively on your rotations and positioning. Cringe and Volko, though, still maybe even held a little bit at bay here. Lusha, Howley, I'm just looking back. Almost seems like they're trying to prevent being completely tailed through this rotate, but at the same time, just very aware of the fact that there's always going to likely be another team already boxed up somewhere ahead of you. And you just don't want to eat that damage, especially when you're already sitting 132 below. In fact, they may be should have just looked for that fight right away against Cringe and Volko, because either way, they're going to be forced to engage soon enough. And, well, picking your poison, Pablo Chino, not exactly the team you want to see. And already Pablo shutting down Lusha. And Howley, unfortunately, just nothing left to work with in the tank.
Yeah, and you always have to be aware that in that situation, you're down on Surge, you're rotating into zone. In this meta, there's gonna be people, even if you think you're rotating into their side, there's gonna be people there. You have to be ready to deal with that possibility. And they just weren't. Even if they're able to stay alive, their attacker, you sort of alluded to it, they're gonna get tagged up so much, and they're just in an even worse Surge position. Chino and Pablo doing exactly what they've been set up to do this season. And that'll be some of the freest damage and a freer limb for them. Oof, I saw Skyjump went down in the feed at the hands of Ghost. And we pick up here with Ju. We will try and pick up the pieces of this game. Not a great spot to be in though, Taka.
Now, but at least he was slightly above on Surge in comparison to Nathan and Nebs, who are just slightly under that threshold. They're trying to get some additional shots in onto a little bit of a box fight scuffle just further off, but the Surge is relentless, just ticking away 25 at a time. And with Swizzy Pixie so nearby, likely able to even sense that this was a duo that was struggling. Nebs won't even get the chance to be taken out by the Surge. Nathan now forced to try and decide, do I even opt to use the last of this Chug Jug? Do I just try to secure some additional damage? And it's just not going his way in the slightest. Every single player just shutting off those opportunities. Finally, he'll get some damage off onto Pixie, but sometimes damage may have already been done. You're left as a solo. Placement not exactly there either. And obviously, Nathan right back to suffering because the threshold just not high enough to put himself in a comfortable spot. And Swizzy Pixie, they'll get credit for it anyway. But they're also still just above that third threshold. Definitely going to be looking at...
Essaye Twister, un délicieux tourbillon glacé d'ananas et de fraises. Fan de Twister, fan de Miko. À retrouver au rayon glace.
C'est qui toi? Moi c'est Jean. Trop choqué, il y avait 50 kilos de déchets à l'intérieur. Tiens, goûte ça.
La Nirvana. Je suis pas assis là, je suis un herboriste.
C'est pour tes dettes? Je règle mes soucis, on est tranquille.
On va faire de la bœuf d'une qualité exceptionnelle.
Et tu te retrousses les mains comme tout le monde. Pas comme tous ces arabes là. Oh.
Potentially get a little bit more aggressive later on here. Savage truly slight leverage, playing off a little bit of elevation here, taking some good shots over towards Poda's side. Great punish even out of Savage and Truly, really lining up the shots there, and that also just kind of guarantees them to have that overall eagle-eye view of the lobby for the time being.
Yeah, and they have a path into the zone when the time comes, but they're gonna sit here and just look for a bit more damage from this elevated position. The time to move will come. And a bit more damage maybe than you would have wanted to take, but still not in the worst of spots, but need to start to try and rack that damage back up. And you see Savage instantly just opening up edits, looking for players making similar rotations to him.
Whew. Fred and Mary is definitely paying a pretty big cost here as Vanya, things certainly not unfolding too excellently after we last checked in. And for today, you know, Vanya, the Frizzy, it almost looks like they just been content with splitting Wonky Land, but Lobby 1 just cut short. Too many woes dealing with that Surge threshold, and this is definitely starting to be a bit messy here as teams kind of stuck in a little bit of this congestion now. If you weren't able to actually overcome and make it just up onto the hill face, it's just going to be all the more complicated, and Giannis knows it, but at the very least, he's trying to hold on just long enough to at least let some of the placement points start to trickle in, hoping that players begin getting eliminated at a slightly faster rate. He might even be able to make something big happen here. He is at least relatively healthy and sitting at just 200 above. Same can't be said, though, for Reason and Khan. Some of those early aggressive instances not actually coming to any solid conclusions, just sort of leaving them in this position where they are just constantly trying to look for Surge, and Reason will be immediately shut down the moment that he tries to rotate. Khan trying to avoid meeting a similar fate here, but still nothing to work with, really.
I think it's always so painful when you see a team in this situation, and then they also are like the furthest duo away from the safe zone as well. Just no favors being lent to them. Khan will try his best, but ultimately his game is done. There is not much to get out of this situation.
Just couldn't even get that final opportunity, but hey, where we see some teams sort of suffering and struggling, on the other hand, we've got Shark and Teeny doing what we know them to be best at, and Shark just open season. You would think that he's just running it through on aim labs right now, having some fun there. Solid position, solid eliminations. And you know that they're definitely going to be on the hunt to get the lion's share of today's prize pool in the competition. But for Momsy and Sato, very different intentions. Obviously, prizing's nice, but what's even better is that battle bus spot for the global championship. And now, Momsy, Sato, they've done a decent job at separating from where the rest of that congestion is really starting to build up, but they're still having to keep tabs on what's surrounding them. Momsy even potentially need to set up here for this next move. Good wraparound, but they know they're heading straight into some traffic, so they're gonna have to continue trying to just open up their own opportunities. And it starts with Sato just capitalizing on taking out players that happen to get too close. That's a great way to just open up some space, but space is gonna be hard to come by when Chino and Pablo are making excellent use of just overtaking height, overtaking the front side. Chino, good amount of materials too, and builds. This is a really solid spot for these two to be in.
Yeah, every time we've seen them in this game, they've been in an elevated position, and that will not end here in the moving zones. Shark and Teeny, we know they're gonna be a duo that might look to try and take it. It might look to the skies at some point. 7 eliminations already on this game. These guys remember the pain of missing out on that FNCS championship, and they do not want to miss out on $20,000 each tier today. They want to end in first. Savage left in a clutching situation, one we've seen him in many times this season, but this roll of the dice has to be a better one. So much on the line across these games for Mr. Savage.
But all he needs is one good shot to connect. Unfortunately, the lobby is just looking his way, forced to drop and just go straight to the clutches of more players in the lobby. But Chap and Felixi, they've overtaken the high ground. iDrop also going to pay the price here, won't be able to just skirt underneath. And now Chap, Felixi, they've really got to keep an open eye out, because Sharktini, they're ready to make their move. They've decided that height is where they want to be. We were waiting to see just how long they would be content to lurk in the waters underneath, but now Shark, Teeny, Chat, Flixie, it's a rumble for the high ground. Everyone getting chopped at the same moment, but Shark still able to claim it at the very end of it all, and Flixie too hurt to try and re-challenge. He's got to stay focused on just staying alive inside of that secondary height, because the rest of the lobby is catching up quickly.
It really is starting to feel like a tale of two teams here in EU once again. Sky and Scroll on the low ground, where they operate the best. Shark and Teeny up above with the aggression to try and clean through this lobby. And for everybody in between, it's about finding your spot in this lobby and maybe finding your way into that two-team battle. Scroll will pick up one, and that's good. That gives them even more space to work with, more eliminations picked up, more loot to keep them in control of the low ground.
They are just a final boss, but even that can be cut down in a moment's notice. They lost sight of that frontside position for just a second, and that was all it takes for things to really crumble. And now Shark, Teeny, Shark already dropping a little bit to try and apply some additional pressure, but Izzy and Nosif, they'll be the ones actually looking to contend through this frontside position now, trying to be very cautious here, fully aware of the fact that they've got some team sort of lurking up above. Swizzy, though, ready to make his strike, but takes a really big tag in return here. Shark Teeny doing what they can to try and fend off in the high ground, but Pixie, just so much pressure headed towards Shark. He'll get what he was after. The knock does come through, but he has to heal. Teeny still relatively healthy and looking to try and prevent Swizzy and Pixie from having any further success here. They'll go up with the shot, but Teeny has a solo on height, all the while the rest of the lobby underneath him sort of picking off each other, maybe even doing him a bit of a solid here. He'll have an opportunity to play a little bit of his chunk, but he recognizes he'll be able to make it towards that next high ground position in comparison to where Fishy and Huddy are at, because just like that, Fishy and Huddy, they have been duking it out here on low, and it's worked out for them.
Yeah, we saw one of those wonky teams didn't quite have the best start. The other one is looking for a win. Chap still alive in this game, and with 7 eliminations to his name, he might just add an 8. He will. Chap is playing out of his mind. He's showcasing just how talented he is, and he's going to look to try and end this game up above, up in the face of Teeny, his former duo partner. And right now, the two solos will battle it out. Teeny will look to try and reclaim again. Chap is holding his composure, and he might just hold on to it as Teeny drops down. That might be the spoiler for Fishy, X, and Hutty here. If Teeny drops into their face and hits a couple more shots, or whether he goes up to Chap on the side. Chap with 9 now. I mean, if he can close out this 1v2 tackle, this would be quite the game for Chap.
If there was ever a time for Chap to really kick it into overdrive, this would be it. But Fishy, he's just not super healthy. Chap's just got to connect with a couple more tags. But the cover from Huddy, that's going to be the saving grace for Huddy and Fishy to hold strong and bring home game number 1. But man, that was way closer than what I think those two would have ever wanted it to be. Just good heads-up awareness there from Huddy to play coverage for his teammate.
An amazing win for Hutty and Fishy X, man. What a first game for them. Can it continue though, Frankie?
I think potentially it could continue. If they can continue to get off Wonky Land, this is a duo that we've been talking a lot about in the last season of Major 2 of Fortnite. I guess this is technically post that season to Carter, but still, we're talking about this duo. The momentum is continuing with them. The hope now, obviously, is can they qualify? Can they keep this consistency up to Carter?
Yeah, a lot of big moments to close that out. In terms of Huddy Fishy, we talked about it in Major 2. We were very curious to see how they would perform without kind of being shadowed by Shark and Teeny in Wonky Land, and they didn't quite do too well, to be fully honest. I mean, they got like 32nd, I think, in the major finals. They ended up kind of being surprise conned by Cringe and Volko, and it just didn't quite go their way. So to see them perform this well, to see them play this well in the first match of the last chance qual, the Globals, I'm excited, Vinny.
Yeah, and a lot of the sort of stuff that we were talking about this major was about Hutty and Fishy off spawn, how good they are off spawn fighters, the fact that they beat Shark and Teeny a few times when they were contesting each other in Major 1. But we didn't talk too much about their end games, and their end games here was absolutely excellent. What they're so good at is just taking advantage of those moments where they find themselves in a really nice position. It was a little bit wobbly maybe there at the end. I thought Chap genuinely was actually going to pull off that 1v2. Unbelievable stuff from him. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite get that first knock and then had his sort of eyes diverted a little bit. But for Hutty and Fishy X, they're a team that I typically associate with being a little bit higher up, maybe trying to play more height, especially in that sort of victory sort of format. So seeing them on that low ground and doing so effectively well was really important for them as well.
Definitely. I pointed at you then because I was going through my notes and going, normally that is where we'd expect to see them challenging for the high ground. But actually, they didn't go for it at all. I wonder if they're taking a leaf out of Sky and Scroll's book to Carter.
Maybe. I mean, let's take a look at actually how they ended up getting into that final moment in the end game. It looks like they were playing low, and I mean, they were the only duo in those final moments. So we did get a little scared. I think it was 20 HP that Huddy was actually left with here. So if Chap connected one more shot after that jump, if he had a split second longer, it could have went the other way around. But Huddy Fishy did end up securing that win, so I'm very excited to see this game won.
Well, it looked very free from them, didn't it, low ground? And I was sort of trying to think, it's like, right, why was low ground so free from? Sky and Scroll, they went down in like 10th or something, wasn't it? So it's like a lot of that low ground sort of real estate was open for business. So for Hutty and Fishy X, they took that with aplomb, and hopefully now they can use that with a bit of momentum, because that's a big win for them in a 6-game format. So an individual game has even more weighting.
Yeah, so what happened with Sky and Scroll, Mini? Because it looked like the zone pool was going in their favor in the end game. They're playing front side, the zone pools in their direction, and then suddenly they seem to get just stuck and unable to get out of the sticky situation.
Yeah, uncharacteristic for these guys. You usually typically expect them to really make it far into these end games. We talk about their low ground ability so much, and it just felt like they did get a little bit suffocated. I'm not too sure exactly. We might take a look at some highlights, I'm sure, as well, just to see exactly what happened, or at least look back later on, because it's like, it was one of those situations where I don't think they ever got to the position they were ever trying to get to, and they were kind of just getting swallowed up, and it almost felt a little bit like maybe too many other teams were trying to do the same thing as them, Takar.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious now how the environment is going to be changed based on how Major 2 ended, right? We know after Major 1, I'm actually going to pause my thought really quick because I do want to look at this leaderboard. So Chap Flixie are in first place despite not winning that match. And what's interesting here is out of the global qualified teams, I mean, there's some who have not yet made it up here, but Sharktini is one of the global qual teams that are in third place, Mini. So let's see a bit of how they did this game.
Well, I thought they were going to win this game. As soon as they were doing that little sneak play up on high, it was Pablo and Chino, wasn't it, that were really holding down the fort, and it looked like they were looking pretty solid. And then there was just a sneaky little shark in the back door trying to look for that entrance point for the high, and they did so quite well. It just seemed like, I think it was Swizzy and Pixie, actually, that ended up sort of causing them a lot of problems up there. But it just seemed like these guys are maybe reminiscent of their grands. They couldn't quite get started particularly well, and then on day 2, they really came back. Maybe we'll see a similar sort of performance on a smaller scale here in this last chance qualifier, but in very similar fashion like we usually expect from them, getting so many elims as well.
Yeah, I mean, if we're thinking back to Sharktini Major 2, they got second. Sky Scroll were the people that were holding them back from that first place. We have yet to see it. So I'm hoping in maybe 2 we could see them at the top here. I mean, they're playing for the prize pool. They already have the global championship spot, but either way, they have been looking incredibly strong starting off with this amount of eliminations. It's no surprise for a duo like Shark and Teeny.
This was weird as well, though. I thought Teeny would hit that shot. I just to sort of say, because it was like, you know, you'd expect him to hit a big damage shot. That's the prime Teeny positioning right there, solo clutching right at the end. I thought they would have been able to squeeze out a second there, but pretty unfortunate, but they'll be back, I'm sure.
Mini Miner, I can't believe you're grumbling about this duo. They're fourth on the leaderboard. You know they're just getting warmed up. We're going to see so much more from them. Hopefully, we're going to see more from Sky and Scott, because Takata, we were talking about the fact that they got themselves in a tricky situation. We should be able to look back now at that game, and hopefully we can try and work out what happened.
Yeah, what I was talking about with Sky and Scroll is, so in terms of Major 1 to Major 2, it was a lot of playing Storm, but that's because they played Boulevard, and Boulevard is on kind of more of the edge of the map. But now that they're center zone, they don't have to get in Storm so early. So normally they can afford to take a bit more risks in playing ahead of the zone here in the moving zone, since Storm Sickness doesn't affect them as much as a lot of the other players in the lobby. And when you're playing ahead of Dead Side and you're as confident as the duo as Sky and Scroll is, you should be able to find a lot of refreshes. So I'm curious to what went wrong, because you can see the amount of mats they had, the amount of loot, but it was just a poor rookie mistake, not closing the walls behind you. Not what we'd generally expect from Sky and Scroll, going down with loot, mats, weapons, everything. Maybe it was just kind of a warm-up game for them, Mini.
Yeah, it just seemed like, I mean, what makes them so great is the fact that they can do everything that the other person can do individually. It's like they're two solos that can perform incredibly well. Right there, we sort of saw Sky leading the way. Of course, we've seen Scroll leading the way in terms of tarping. Sky went on to tarp. Scroll had to heal, but without actually blocking his back. And of course, because he trusted Sky so much, like, yeah, you go off and do that tarping, you go ahead, and I'll try and heal. Forgot to block his back, and of course got beamed in the back there. But it's only one game. They still find themselves in this lobby, I'm sure, and plenty of more end games for us to come as well.
Well, if you think back to the end game, it feels like so many of the big duos were trying to challenge for the high ground. At some points, we're seeing Chino and Pablo up there. Obviously, we're seeing Chap and Flixie towards the end. And also, at one point, I'm pretty sure towards at the start of the end game, we saw Swizzy and Pixie going for it as well. It's good to see them in the lobby tonight. I feel like they're a bit of a slow burner for us this season, Mini Miner. So I really like to see them on fire straight out the gate.
Well, everything that I've sort of learned about Swizzy and Pixie this year so far since Globals was that they just perform when it matters. They just always turn up on the big day. It's like, no matter whether it's, you know, day 2 of Grands after they dud day 1, it's like every single time you ask more questions of them, they have the answers. And here, in this last chance sort of lobby here, it's not necessarily that big of a pressure for them. You know, they've already got that qualification, but they're allowed to play with so much more freedom now here, Takara, as well. And I think this is where we're going to get to see the best of someone like Swizzy and Pixie, because they're teammates that just have so much experience, both at this level and even higher as well. So expecting big things from them as well.
Yeah, they actually won the last game of the Major 2 finals, I think. It kind of got shadowed as we crowned our champions after that, but they always end on a bang, so we'll see if today they do something similar.
Can we talk about Izzy and Osif as well? Another team that you'd expect to see on the high ground. They've had varying fortunes in the past couple of months, but we saw them on the low ground, and Izzy was ragging Takata. He was putting up numbers tonight.
He was putting in the work, right? And that's the work that I hope they're going to continue putting in for the rest of the day, because I believe they were literally the placement. They were 17th in Major 2, and top 16 would have qualified them. So they were one placement off, which is devastating.
I do think that they have got a good chance tonight if they can keep playing like that. But then obviously I'm going to say that because this is a consistency format. And Chap and Flixie, a duo that managed to qualify through Summit for the Global Championships. And since then, I've been so happy to see Mini Minor that the chemistry is building between these two. I just think they're going to be a duo to watch when we get to Belgium and obviously tonight.
Yeah, they are, and I think on paper these guys just have so much potential, so much ability in this duo, and of course right here we got to see it in full force. Chap there was at 9 eliminations at the end of this game total, which was just incredible, and then of course 10 for the team. This is the sort of prime Chap that we'd expect. This is exactly the sort of style of gameplay that we can come to expect from Chap, and honestly, like I mentioned earlier, I really thought he could win this. I thought he played this actually really well. Hussey and Fishy of course went up. They were a little bit split. Unfortunate that he couldn't get a damage there onto Fishy, because then he would have known that he went down and then could have played things a little bit differently. I think he could have played his mats a little bit better there to, of course, block off Hussey. So quite unfortunate that he didn't get one little tag there onto Fishy, or else things could have ended very differently.
Well, this is, as Dakota put it earlier to us in the green room, a big lobby tonight. And now we've got one game under our belt, and all of our big names have got used to the names around them. These guys, they're experienced in set lobbies. We have 18 FNCS champions in the lobby tonight. I think game 2 could go potentially very differently, but already we're starting to see some of our potential qualified duos, or I should say the duos that are trying to qualify, breaking through with their performances. I think we should probably be keeping our eyes on Izzy, Nosif, definitely Hutty and Fishy, Mini Minor, but any other duos coming to mind?
Well, I wanted to mention about Izzy and Nosif as well, because we sort of spoke about French Fortnite at the beginning of the day. Not so great right now. Maybe they're their last hope.
Maybe they are. Let's head into game 2 and find out. Oh, I thought we were going to be going to the game. Did you? You know what? I'm so looking forward to anyone memeing on us on TikTok. Please get those videos coming in, because we are actually ready to go into game 2. There's the horn.
Hey, as you know, sometimes we just got to get right back into it, okay? When the action is that good after game 111, I'm ready to see just how the rest of it is actually going to pan out. But the score has been settled a bit here in some places across the map. And for Sato and Momsy, they're looking to get a little bit more proactive, off to a decent start, but obviously still hunting for much more. Everybody just trying to do what they can to try and create a little bit of separation and push themselves one step closer to getting inside of that qualification spot for the Global Championship. But obviously, Shaken Sanctuary comes with its own slew of problems. Just so many other teams kind of scattered around the area makes it very difficult to navigate, because you want to look for surge damage. At the same time, though, you don't want to overexpose yourself. And for Momsy and Sato, just sort of hovering the outskirts of it, hoping to maybe get some shots inwards while using some of that natural terrain coverage, but none being provided just yet. Yapko Seti, on the other hand, they know they're going to have to kick things up a notch here. Surefour, Fincheck, a lot of good pressure. Surefour also having a little bit of that shield advantage. Yapko doing what he can, trying to get a little bit more material, but he's running out of builds. He's running out of HP too. Solid shot return, but Surefour still has at least 1 minute to work with here, as now Seti, alongside his duo, is hoping to try and see if he could maybe switch things up a bit here, but even with Surefour being a little bit injured, Seti and Yapko just could not hold it strong.
And that's back-to-back off-spawn losses now for Seti and Yapko, 2 players in EU who we have seen so much of over the years, 2 players who we've become accustomed to seeing them compete at LANs. And as things currently stand, it would be the end of an era. Still 4 games for them to try get back into things, but unfortunately for them, they're just playing against 2 top players off Spawn. Church and Fincheck are going to be no slouches and won't make it any easier for them throughout today.
It's just crazy to think that there are just so many teams looking to try and just run it back to back with these off-spawn fights. And Frozy, Fatal, whole world of different problems over here though. CK just not healthy enough, but will be able to return fire. He knows that this is the fight that gets separated, but he's shut down just in those final moments. Doesn't get a chance to even go for the siphon play. So a good hold there for Frozy, but they've still got a bit of an uphill battle. You can already see just outside of where that action was taking place, Jake Kuka closing in. Twy and Cringe, also no foreigners when it comes to off-spawn battles, something they had to contend with a decent amount throughout Major 2 finals. And while we saw them have a good portion of success here, Rickboard and Leo just stuck underneath. So we'll see whether or not they actually choose to surface in a position that Cringe and Twy can take advantage of.
Tuning into Rax and Yanis. We saw their struggles in that first game. This is a team, though, that I think we've seen a lot of positives from them throughout the season. And so, aggression here early on. Just want to get their surge dealt with. Make the rest of that mid-game a bit easier. Give themselves a bit more to be consistent. Truly and Savage was a similar story to what we've seen a lot from them this season, Taco, as far as tuning into one of them solo. In this case, it was Mr. Savage. We're gonna need to find a different recipe for success here today.
I think what makes it so much more tough, though, it is just this disruptance factor out of Howley and Lucia's presence here at Shaken Sanctuary. Savage and Truly knew that they were going to have to contend with Fredoxy and Medius, especially after how the Major 2 finals actually played out. But when you throw another party into the mix, it just makes the situation so much more volatile. So can't blame them for wanting to take a little bit more of a passive approach here if they can't find that initial 50-50, for example. But at the same time, they're going to have to get involved one way or another because, yeah, we just did not see them in a healthy enough spot. They did not have the surge that they needed either. And obviously, you know, playing mid and end game as a solo, especially in a format that's very dependent on consistency, it's just always going to be rather complicated. But for Odisai and Akira, hanging out over by Lifty Lodge and definitely scouting out the fact that there is a little bit of action taking place north of the map, and they might want to take a couple of shots in, see if they can play some disruptance here.
Pradaj, no strangers to the storm. It's an awkward situation here, but one that they can come out of fruitfully if they're patient enough. Of course, damage already being done, so they might choose to just get out of it. Yeah, they realize the player's been eliminated. That's not going to be as free damage as maybe they would have hoped for. Akira and Podesai will still commit. Akira knows Alba's still there. Does he? He's running in. Don't give up anything too free now.
Ooh.
Don't fall for the bait now. No, he knows. He's very, oh, they see her.
Ooh.
And that'll be a quick cleanup.
Seems like the bulk of Alba's resources had kind of been expended in that initial fight, so just nothing really left over to try and contend with here. So great cleanup crew out of Akira and Podesai. Start things off, getting so much surge in this early on. It's just going to allow them to have much more free time, sort of dictate how they actually want to make their approach towards some of those later zones. Definitely expecting a lot of teams to still be spending some time inside of the storm, especially as we start to approach the partial zones territory. But for Khan and Reason, even though they didn't have to deal with Alba this time around, still Doom and Matisse gonna pose a bit of a threat here, and Reason as a solo, he's gonna have to see this one through all by his lonesome. But if there was ever a time for the pop-off, start to build some momentum, confirming this elimination could go a long way here, but Reason not going to get the opportunity he was hoping for, will fall back into the tunnels. Might even opt to just take that teleporter out and look for reboot play later on. 2 is better than 1 after all, so at the very least, having Khan back by his side would be probably the ultimate silver lining there.
The fighting doesn't stop though. Shark and Teeny, after what was a very promising first game, you saw the aggression they came out of the blocks with. And obviously, they won't be too upset with a 3rd place, but I'm sure at many points in that game, Taco, they felt like it was theirs to win.
It's not really that moment that they took height. You could kind of see it in the way that they were moving. You know, they managed to overthrow everyone. They felt very confident in their ability to just close things out. And, well, spoilers are always going to present themselves when you least expect it. And for Shark Teeny, they've gotten what they needed for the most part out of Calamari Canyon. Vending machines maybe going to be sought after there from Comeback and Kaiser is probably a big part of the reason why they even opted to head that way in the first place. But for other teams, our game 1 winners, Fishy and Huddy. And, you know, Levin, that performance, I think that's what everyone was kind of waiting to see happen in the Major 2 finals.
Yeah, I think when you look at just the off-spawn situation, right, it was just so weird and so messy. And I know day 2 ended up being a bit better for them once they sort of figured things out. But that first game, yeah, that's everything. And I think the analysts sort of touch on something I think is really important. Minnie in particular, I think, mentioned just how when we're seeing these guys play well, we're used to seeing them up on height, right? It's them soaring through the skies. But that game was a low ground masterclass for them. If they can add more options to their game, that will increase their chances of qualifying for the Global Championships so much more.
One thing's for sure, definitely feeling pretty good about the wonky split and not having to worry about that immediate off spawn. But for Rax and Yanis, a little bit of a bailout here. Rax just wants to reunite with Yanis. Don't need to overextend, but Rax taking that big chunk of damage there means it's going to have to get aggressive elsewhere. Shark, Teeny, they just continue trying to barrel through. Reason did bring back Khan, but it's a fruitless effort running smack dab into where Shark and Teeny are at. Just an unfortunate circumstance across the board there for Khan and Reason, but for Shark and Teeny, they'll be elated to have that extra bit of damage and the elimination points to go with it.
EU is so circular. If you go back 5 years ago, it would have been the other way around. You would have had Reason running down a team like that, making them look frail and weak. It just goes to show just how much talent we have bursting through this region. Nosif and Izzy, after that first game, will be very happy. Of course, these two currently are playing from Austria. They're in Vienna right now, so they're not playing from their typical French setups. But that clearly is not affecting them too much here after that first game.
No, and done a great job too at just trying to implement this little bit of a surge base, keeping good tabs, but got to make sure that they're fully aware of some of their French counterparts that could be lurking on where they're at. Momzi Sato trying to stick to the low ground, trying to really hug this little bit of a cliff face to provide some coverage, but they recognize Nosif went out from their perch. Izzy now gonna divert his attention from more inwards, pulling back south to give a little bit of cover fire towards his duo, and Momzi going to recognize Juice isn't really worth the squeeze. They're not going to have much success continuing that path on their rotate, so every second really counts in these types of circumstances. Really curious to see how that's going to impact Momzi and Sato later on, because that backtrack could end up putting them in a much worse position later on down the line here. As Zengi and Gabix, another team, very similar thought, just surge basing inside of the storm, trying to gauge whether or not they can get a little bit of additional damage. 228 is solid, but you always want somewhere around that 300 to 400 threshold, really, before you can feel solid, Levin.
Yeah, of course, you need just that extra bit of a threshold. You need to account for the fact that on some of these later zones, as you rotate in, you are always just going to get tagged up a bit, right? Unless you choose to invest a lot of material. And so, yeah, you just want to give yourself that bit of a buffer. These two will be patient. They know they have the time. They have the map control. They can rotate into zone somewhat safely when the time comes. So it's worth it just staying a bit longer to get some extra damage.
For Nova and Waza, one of those teams where you see Surge already ticking away at their HP bars. Fortunately, they are sitting right on top of a vending machine, so not too rattled by it just yet. At the same time, though, as they continue to kind of scope out the perimeter, no one's really presenting themselves as any kind of opportunity. They've got a great position already, but they can't really expand upon it because they're just too fixated on trying to maintain their shields. Finally, Woza gonna let it open, but immediately losing more HP than what he bargained for. Shield will be replenished. Firing and picks, a couple of tags in, just enough to put them right over that surge threshold. And I could already mention they do have that vending to sort of recuperate what they'd lost, but still would have preferred for sure to just not have to go for that kind of exposure, especially knowing that they're going to have to continue looking for those additional shots. But for Dinas and Frenek, they're definitely sitting well above the surge threshold, and this might be part of the reason why Nathan and Nebs just punished, looking to try and hold a separate team because they needed surge. And instead, they just get turned on right away. Poor Nebs just, as a solo, do everything in his power to try and see this one through, but we know just how brutal it is when you are in a solo position this far away from placements also. It's just going to be quite a lot of willpower involved here. See how far you can really take it. Savage truly 93 above, trying to go for a bit of a wraparound here, but recognizing that they need to start utilizing some of these whites. Truly a little bit lower than what he intended to be on this initial approach. And Sky Scroll, not the team you want to see if you are a Savage and Truly fan currently, trying to create a little bit more spacing away from where they're at. Savage will invest some of their hard materials, but they are looking solid on their build count.
The problem is, look how much they've invested, right? When it comes to materials, shields, whites. They're still not even in zone. Like, they still have to get to the safe zone. So, not a great spot if you're a Mr. Savage fan. Sky and Scroll, though, I think are going to show us sort of how to do it, right? As far as how to make this rotation work. We saw them do this quite a bit in Grand. They're just going to tank here in the Storm a bit more, wrap around just a bit more, and when the time comes just to cut back in to the safe zone, they will. And didn't use as many mats, won't use as many shields, and just a medkit popped each will be enough to put them in a really good spot moving forward in this game.
Sky definitely wants that chance to heal, though, and he'll find it. He's going to forfeit that ultimate height, allow Flixie to take it just because he understands when to pick his battles. But with Sky and Scroll now back up and healthy, Truly Savage, unfortunately, might be finding themselves having to pick up where they last left off. Sky and Scroll have just been softly trailing them because of just, like you'd already highlighted, Levin, their excellent usage of movements and understanding when and where they need to invest for their builds. But for Doxy, losing Medius just now against the likes of Savage and Truly, he's just a bit pinned down here. 349 up below. Not gonna allow anyone to take over his builds. Quite a lot of material there. Don't know if anybody will realize it and be able to actually pick it up, though, from where he actually ran out. But that's why Cringe just holding strong, much more separated. Shep and Flixie again, still with the highest point of view. A little bit of punish there against Pablo and Chino, and it's gonna force Chino to start make his way out. Will be forced to sit back, and this is the big reason why, though. Pablo needed that damage, but Chap immediately closing in before making their next move. There's a good frontside approach now out of Chap and Flixie, who already have 6 eliminations, by the way. Just in case you were wondering, these guys have definitely been getting active here. 172 above, though, on the surge threshold, and they recognize Deemish Darm trying to take over the high ground position because they wanted to make that next move towards that front side. But Chap, Flixie looking back steadily, trying to see if they're going to get any additional damage here. But they know they don't want to spend too much time behind where the rest of the pack is moving. Sky Scroll, though, it's almost like calm before the storm. You can tell that they are really waiting for the perfect opportunity to take over that frontside low position as Izzy and Nosif resuming where we last left off. Obviously having to get a little bit more involved with where the rest of these teams are at, but still a bit isolated in comparison to some of this lobby congestion. Izzy looking down now, doesn't get the opportunity though to try and take out Finchick. Dixie and Swizzy also rather isolated too, but Savage truly, clock's ticking. They need more damage, only 20 above currently, and so many teams just hopping straight into the rift, trying to see just how long they can delay. But with everyone kind of just hovering overhead, Height is going to be a mess in a moment.
This is not a game I was expecting to see. It looks almost a bit like some of the reload games we've watched this year, Taco. Half the lobby in the skies. And like you rightfully said, it means the initial drop down is so chaotic where everybody chooses to land. Becomes so awkward if you are one of those teams on the height. You gotta make sure you've been hitting the practice correctly. And look who comes out on top of it. It's Malibuka and Vico, our Summit champions, who you have to say had quite a disappointing Major 2 final. And maybe this is their chance to remind everybody of who they are.
One thing's for sure, ever since Major 2 finals concluded, Vico has been on the grind. And you have to remember, they are another one of those duos out there in Austria currently. So it'll be interesting to see just how far they actually plan on taking this from the high ground. But Teeny, no Shark, means that he'll be left to do it all by himself. He's got a tarp, he's got a frag, and he's got to create some space. But he does find a little bit of wiggle room here, trying to get some tags in onto Swizzy, but Swizzy just doing an excellent job holding his walls. He's also still got his duo Pixie to work with. Kaiser's immediately collected. Teams that are starting to trickle in a little bit after the fact being punished by the duo on height because Vico and Malibuka are not letting anyone cross over without having to take in some additional damage here. But Mr. Savage, 0 builds remaining, trying to collect whatever he can find, whether it's a tree that he has to chomp at the final seconds here. Fortunately for Savage, the zone pulling it away, where he can look back, trying to get whatever damage he can. He needs somebody to go down to one of these shotgun pumps, but it's just not unfolding in his favor. Huddy and Fishy, though, you would think that they've taken the Sky and Scroll masterclass because these guys doing what they can to hold it down. Huddy's not going to be able to stay strong, though. Fishy immediately trying to see if he can counteract it, but ultimately, he'll have to leave his duo behind here because Twy has played spoiler. Fishy still trying to close in. Fishy does get the better end of that exchange. The Siphon will take over. Savage still hoping to have a very similar fate here. For the backside of zone, though, things are going to be so complicated. Doesn't get the chance to actually try and close in on Akira. Knows that there's a player on his wall, but he can't actually break through. And by the time he gets it, he's brought down for it. As now only Vico and Malibuka, seemingly one of the only healthy duos in this lobby, while Fishy just continues trying to see how many more placement points he can rack up.
Fishy, he's done well up to this point, but a tough task ahead. This zone is so awkward with the mountain in the way. He's gonna get stuck below. We're seeing that same fate for others. Firing Falls, Gabix will quickly follow. Zangi won't be there to trade him out, but he will do his best to just heal off, stay alive. Venus will do the same. Cammy falls at the hands of Vico. And it's up to Vico and Malibuka now to try and close this game out. They spot the solos out. Frantic and Venus, one of the few duos left remaining. And so their eyes will now be focused on them.
Frederick and Dinas know that they are getting collapsed on right now, but they've managed to deal with the solo. Nice little refresh on materials here. Malibuka has gone down, and Frenek and Dinas, just like that, managed to turn the tides in their favor. That last elimination on Zengi as a solo was a big difference maker for how their endgame actually concluded.
I mean, that is not the scenario I was expecting out of that one. Dinas and Frenek desperately needed a big game, and they desperately get it, Frankie.
They did. It's so great to see another victory royale won by an unqualified duo mini miner.
Yeah, this is exciting to see. I mean, you know, this is what this format is all about. Those individual moments, those individual games can really make all the difference. And for these guys, they actually did play in the Major 2 finals. We didn't really get to see too much from them, really. It wasn't a sort of star-studded performance, despite sort of starting the season really well. So it's nice that they've sort of reignited some of that Takata and sort of found a win here.
Yeah, they were in the 40th range in terms of Major 2 where they ended. So starting off game 2 with a VR, it's what you love to see, as Frank was mentioning. We've got 16 duos here that are already qualified to the Global Championship. And from the first 2 games, not a single of them won. It was all duos that have not yet qualified. So it's looking bright for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, if you were to do the maths, which I can't because I'm not very good at maths, it goes without saying. Actually, if all of those 16 duos that already qualified were to be in the top 16, you just need top 19, which isn't bad at all. And for Dinas and Frenek, they are well on their way. I think that this is a duo that, as you've already mentioned, they have experience of grand finals, but they haven't necessarily always piqued our interest, but they're grabbing our attention now, Mini Miner.
Yeah, they are, and it's a really important game for them, actually, because I think they have a lot of sort of off-spawn contestation situations that are in sort of their position on the map. So making the most of the games that you are making off-spawn and the games that are sort of favorable for you in terms of zones and things like that is going to be super-duper important today for some of the teams that do have a little bit more action at the beginning of the game. I did think that Vico and Malibuka are actually going to take this game just because of their sort of experience and their positioning in this game. They're sort of playing height, but, you know, Dinas and Frenek, they played those low ground layers really well, and it seems like that's what's sort of paying dividends for a lot of our teams here today, is playing those sort of low ground layers, letting the whole lobby conclude and sort of close out the final few eliminations.
Yeah, they're going an off-spawn situation against Pix and Feren. We did see Pix and Feren actually in the end game, so it'll be interesting to see if they continue to let each other live after the break.
Wait, if you're mid play. 100! 100! Oh my god! Look! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Milk can help you grow. Milk can't prevent your ride from blasting into space.
We've got 4 more games to go tonight, and then we'll be sending 3 more duos to the Fortnite Global Championships in Antwerp, Belgium. So let's take a look at the leaderboard. Now, this is the leaderboard of all of the duos in the lobby tonight. 16 of these duos have already qualified for our Global Championships. But let's talk about one of those duos first of all, because Vico Malabuki, you'll see them in 10th. They've gone up a whopping 40 places,
Wow.
nearly scaling the heights of the leaderboard as they did on the high ground in Game 2, Jakarta.
Yeah, this is what we've been waiting for since the summit, right? In Major 2, Vico Mali didn't actually place better than 5th in any game. And in the finals, they ended up getting 20th. It was kind of a shocker coming from winning the summit LAN. But now, Mini, it looks like they're kind of back in business.
Yeah, they said it themselves. They weren't really prepared for Major 2 finals. They didn't really VOD review. They didn't really prepare too much overall. They were on holiday after that summit win. They were quite in sort of the chill mode leading up to Major 2 Grand. So I think they were very much still in that mode during them. But now they've had a little bit of time to sort of recharge, reconsider a lot of their strategies. And it's nice to actually see them still playing height as well and still trying to go for height because it's an area in which I think they can really be a lot better than a lot of the teams in this lobby as well. If they can really sort of lock down that height positioning, they can really do well. It's just going to be some of the other teams that are maybe looking at it. Pablo Chino and Sharkantini are going to be their main sort of concern. But if they can keep playing like that for the rest of today, they definitely have a good shot of winning it.
Would you like me to do a magic trick for you guys?
Yeah,
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, you believe in magic? Okay. Abracadabra, let's remove all the names from the leaderboard of qualified duos and just see the ones who are in contention for those 3 final spots. And you can see Dina's...
Jump in very quickly to see Noxy go down, and it was no Nox. We know him and Dash have been eliminated out of this game.
Big eliminations for King and Kreese. That puts them at 3 now. That's a plus 12 points. If you start with just that, they're inside the top 10 now, jumping up to where Josh and Yamzo would have started the game here. For Acorn, for Bolts, they're off to such a hot start at day 1. The cushion is growing. 318 points separate them from the rest, but I'm looking at that damage meter, looking like it's a bit light here. So options are going to be Oliver OG, but the problem is you have Yamzo in the distance, and remember, Peterbot and Boyo have that tower too, so a lot of potential third parties for Acorn and Bolts can be happening here.
You see what I see, right? But we're both looking at the same thing. And no, I'm not talking about Curve. He is great. We know what it is. Production even sees what I'm seeing. It's the return. The man, the myth, the legend. Higgs has been shoved away. It's the return of Batman Booga. And this is something big right here because he has come so close under the name Batman Booga so many times, from NA West to Central. He has yet to capture that FNCS championship. And I feel like right now he's playing with a chip on his shoulder. Day 2, a new day for them. And why not bring a familiar name back to the mix?
Honestly, I would have loved to see him even go with Batman Higgs. Let's just merge the two, take the branding all the way. But Batman Booga, what a fun username. Definitely inspired by, obviously, the GOAT himself. So really cool to see Higgs having some fun here. And I think he's just trying to put all the good omens together, right? Put out all the good lucky charms that he can think of here, because he is very close to striking NAC championship title here today.
Yeah, one point or another, sharing that first place spot. Along with Muzz and Rise here, I talked about it yesterday, coming together very, very late, especially compared to some of the other teams that they're around on the leaderboard. Had a not good day 1. They needed to clutch up big in day 2. They made it happen. They go through heats. It's a cakewalk for them. And then here in finals, they're playing so phenomenally well. I think Rise has flown so under the radar, you know, over the last couple of years, you know, maybe even questioning his dedication, his passion. I feel like, and I've always said it, with the right teammate, Rise will rise back on up, and I think Muzz is that right teammate.
Yeah, listen, Muzz has had this very consistent, successful career on NA. I feel like there's been moments where, again, he has excelled as an individual, and just pairing up along Rise, who's also had a very stable career. These are two super veterans paired up with one another, and if nothing else, I bet they just complement each other very well. Two very level-headed players, and their performance here is surely showing. In a world of so much new, crazy talent as well, right? Like the Curves, like the Batman Boogas that are, of course, rising up, especially in the last year. But look at this. Being below, 120 below. We'll have to catch up with what's happening over there. First, though, we touch base with Muzz and Rise, who finds Boji rotating through the storm, getting chased down by Cynic. So a nice free pickup for them. That's a 4-point swing going their way.
Yeah, that's definitely good, because coming into today, it was 6 points difference between them and first place. Obviously, we got to figure out how many eliminations Ritual, Cold, Peterbot, and Poyo have gotten throughout all this, but they're definitely climbing up as the game continues to progress. Batman Booga's going to go down. Curve going against Cold and Ritual. Cold is just going to shut them both down back to back. Batman Booga here in game one along with Curve. They had the most distance traveled over the entire tournament so far, and Cold and Ritual immediately shut it down.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say it's just a really tough fight, right? Like, who wants to fight Cold when they're not below the surge, right? Like, Cold just gets to wait there, get the pre-fire off, and you saw him do it. While that was happening, by the way, F9 did find Sharkman with an elimination, so something has finally concluded for Moneymaker and F9. You can see them down to the bottom right. Meanwhile, way up top, clearly, Boyo and Peterbot get first dibs on the rotate here. Using a shockwave, gets off that high ground. This is working out pretty perfectly for them right now.
Yeah, especially compared to some of the games we were seeing yesterday. They're 520 above, but Venno has gone down to Veer. Ager's literally on a sliver of HP, and it's active surge. He only has a couple of seconds. He can't take a single tick. Veer is buying time right now, and Ager's and Venno have gone down. So as it stands, Monster, 5th place, 6th place have both been eliminated.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in, but if you're everyone else who's, of course, racing for consistency, you're happy to see these spots start to loosen up, because what you don't want is for them to hold the grips on the leaderboard, right, and continue to gap away. This really does open up opportunity for other players. Meanwhile, Clicks and Rapid getting active here in the mid-game, finding themselves a nice little elimination. Well, a lot of notable names I'm still seeing alive here. Yamzo, Josh, King, Craze, Bolts, Acorn, a lot of teams situated pretty strongly now.
Yeah, I just got to see this update here for Acorn and Bolts, 263 above. You know, it wasn't too long ago in the same game, we saw them kind of below the damage threshold. But Acorn always peeking for those opportunities. And I think it was Kelly that said it throughout the day yesterday. Even though they're 4th place on the leaderboard, they were just unable to really make a lot of these games count as a duo. They really made them count as a solo, but we know what the difference in numbers makes, especially if you're a team like this that knows how to play for that high ground. You just can't do it alone most times.
Yeah, look at this. Somehow, Moneymaker and F9 are 120 above when they only got that singular elimination that we saw in the feed there. Just shows you the importance of also not taking damage in your journey. Meanwhile, Cold and Ritual, though, just doing big things here. It's really funny that in the highlights, you know, when Kelly did the breakdown for this team, she mentioned that they get these eliminations. They do not greed for the resources, though, but they also don't desperately find themselves needing it every single time. Even here and now, they are max material coming into this big moving zone.
Yeah, and I think it's something that Ritual just deserves a lot of credit on, you know, just being able to kind of go through trios, now back to duos, and be the IGL, and somebody they can kind of lean hard on, especially in these tough situations where you don't necessarily know at all times where you're going to get your surge, where they did go down, I think Vivid said 46th place to start the game, and they're still looking as strong as ever. See Victor V and Queasy not straying away from their strategy. They tried it yesterday. They did it in heats, going for high ground majority of the time, but they're 88 below the damage threshold. There's a lot of opportunity up here for them to go ahead and strike down on anybody shockwaving on, but they have to be quick because it's active surge.
Yeah, this is super important for them right now. I also didn't see many heals, so they've already healed through the majority of the last couple of surge ticks, and now they're forced to jump on a team, and it's Peterbot and Boyo who are on the other side. Peterbot just hits a monster shot, so does Boyo, and they take down Victor V and Queasy on the line where placement points were being issued out. I almost wish they would have gotten active a little bit sooner, especially when you saw 7 players standing between you and the surge turning off. It's just a long ways, but look at this. This is looking like a win situation for Peterbot and Boyo. The only team that has arguably gone for height every game that they possibly could has now lost that resistance, or better yet, beat them on the high ground here.
Yeah, that high ground counter is definitely going to reach 10 minutes after this game, but Clicks and Rapid falling under the radar so far in this game. I think that's a blessing for them, not taking too much focus from everybody. We saw Rapid's first elimination kind of get them going. Now we're getting into the placement points, top 22. It's not much as of now, but we know teams will start to drop like flies, and those placement points will start to fly in as they rotate toward the front side of the zone. They're waiting for it to open up on the right side, which gives them a little less pressure to deal with.
Names I'm seeing here, Golden and Ozone on the backside of zone. Ritual, Cold here, 5 eliminations now, working the mid-ground lane. They're getting targeted, though, by a few different teams here. They will have to sort of soldier their way through all these old builds. Peterbot Boyo still maintaining control of the high ground. I'm seeing glimpses of Shadow and Virgo as well, still standing here, trying to make a comeback for themselves, but take a look at this. Cole dropping all of his material here for Ritual. Although he's going to try to stick this pickup, it's going to cost him a bit.
They got to
If
run.
he makes it, ooh, barely, but they're in.
Beeline it there, just 10 HP for Cold, but surviving is surviving. Saw Muzz and Rise in the backside of zone, so it doesn't look like it's smooth sailing for Peterbot and Pollo just yet. Fanai is going to go down. Moneymaker still finds an Elim. He gets the Elim onto Acorn, though, separating him and Bolts once again. But Moneymaker, it's your chance to make your name true, make that money, but he goes down. Peterbot and Pollo are going to fall from grace as well, and it's Shadow and Virgo the ones that take it all.
Yeah, it looks like Muzz and Rise might have attempted it as well. You saw them falling there too. So a scrappy battle up top. Peterbot Boyo end up playing the price. Boyo now left by himself, but in the end, Shadow and Virgo will remain victorious with the high ground. Meanwhile, Cold still trying to pull off a solo clutch here for himself now. He's at...
Essaye Twister, un délicieux tourbillon glacé d'ananas et de fraises. Fan de Twister, fan de Miko. À retrouver au rayon glace.
10 points earned this game already. Meanwhile, Virgo and Shadow holding things down on the high ground. Oliver OG, Belly Boss think they're gonna come up and contest the best here, but nope, it's Boyo who still wants to have a piece of this fight.
I saw him take so much damage. I'm like, what duo is next to go to the high ground? And it's Pollo by himself. And that's something that he loves to do. Go for the high ground as a solo and let everybody else down below deal with that mess. But as of now, it's Shadow and Virgo that are going to stand tall. Clicks and Rapid get a second elimination in this game and timed perfectly because they desperately needed those materials to continue looking strong here.
It's a very big game right now for Clicks and Rapid, almost a top 10, but Boyo still has to be taken out here. He's working his way through the low ground now, jumping down, just trying to stay out of the line of sight of the opponents. Doesn't even have time to pop his heals. If he could, he would, but he's more desperately trying to avoid the storm here.
Just weaving in and out of these builds.
Oh my
Whatever
gosh.
we watch, it's like the game is moving in slow motion for him. And now Pollo clicks one-on-one. Pollo goes down. That's Ozone who steals away that elimination. Now everybody is sending it up towards height. Shadow is gone. Virgo is down to a sliver of HP. Doesn't even make it back in. And out of nowhere, it's Dolzir and Ishu that are stealing away the momentum here.
And don't forget, Dozier and Ishu had a very, very tough day one, losing their off spawn. Finally, though, when they get let loose, they are running things up, but so are Iamzo and the low ground. But take a look at this. Just a little update. 8 eliminations for Josh and Iamzo here as they are cooking things up down low, and now they've actually secured just enough material to do something big here.
They were literally one placement outside of the Globo's bubble. You gotta imagine they're inside of it now and looking to head even further up that leaderboard. Our final 2v2. Dozier's gonna get shut down first. Iamzo and Josh win game number 1. 11 eliminations to start the day off hot.
A huge, huge moment for them right there to be battling from the low ground to turn things around and then secure the win when it matters most. And honestly, with how fired up they look there, Zeke, that was the way you execute.
MDF, I am shocked after that game result. I feel like there was so many different ways that game could have ended. For a while, I was like, oh, Peterbot Boyo, they're up on the high ground. But then Shadow Virgo push and I'm like, oh, wait, hold on. What's going on? And then Dozer and Ishu go, I'm like, oh my gosh. And then Josh and Iamzo from the low ground. 11 elimination victory royale on the hardest day of the competition to kick off game number 7. Kelly, oh my gosh, momentum is going brr.
Listen, I think we need to give a big thank you to Reet and Cooper for winning the Wonky Land off spawn first to 10, because I think that might be a key to the success of Josh and Iamzo right now. We've seen them have major success at Wonky Land, but what they're doing right now in the early and mid game, and Vivid, you broke it down perfectly, and then being able to convert that into these perfect end games absolutely incredible. And I do have to feel like just because of how vertical that height was, there were so many layers and not too many people actually on that low ground except for Iamzo and Josh. So when these players had to kind of drop down, when they got a little scared, they were able to just clean it up so easily because they were the only ones there, and they were able to just pick up so much loot because of that.
You know, we were kind of watching the game. Obviously me, Zeke, and Kelly, and we were kind of talking about it, whatever, and Zeke was like, man, it kind of seems like everybody's like sleeping, you know what I mean? Everybody needs to like wake up a little bit here. I can tell you right now, Josh looks like he is very clearly awake because he was moving just absolutely phenomenally in that end game. But I also want to go ahead and mention, you gotta imagine, we constantly talk about the differences between day one and day two when it comes down to these types of competitions. Josh and Iamzo came into this weekend kind of expecting to go wonky land, and then of course they kind of like lost the rights to actually land there, and then they kind of came into it and they were like, oh, we're going to be contested by, you know, Seek and Taki over here at the split to the left of Clicks and Rapid, but now they're going to be uncontested. So now that they're kind of coming into day number two, you got to imagine last night they probably prepared around the fact that they are now uncon, and immediately that preparation, I would imagine, is starting to pay off with a game one victory royale.
Crazy stuff. I feel like I gotta go watch Faxity's reaction to that result. Man, a massive shock and a massive W for them. How does that impact the leaderboard? We'll find out after this short break. We'll see in just a moment.
I got healed. That went low. I'm popping med bit. Wait, short. Got 6 build? No, max up. Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100! 100! Oh my god! No! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Milk can help you grow. Milk can't prevent your ride from blasting into space.
Man, oh man. Game number one was as chaotic as I had hoped it to be. And if you missed it, Josh and Iamzo got themselves an 11 elimination victory royale in the first game of the day. We do have 5 more games to go. Nobody freak out. But as we turn attention to the leaderboard, this is a massive W for them. They have jumped up so many places, and now they find themselves in the top 5. That, Kelly, is why we say one game can really change everything.
I love to see it. Out of all of the teams that we had play in Major 1, there's only a handful that stuck together. And Josh and Iamzo is one of the only ones that didn't get a global championship qualification and still remain together. And you can see why that's so important, the synergy, the understanding. But I'm going to be a little bit honest. I like to write notes while I'm watching these games. And around Zone 2, I wrote Iamzo with great loot. And then that's the rest that I have. We weren't really able to watch them until the final moments because so much was going on in those end games. And obviously, I know a lot